We're going to go ahead and begin. So if there's anybody new on here today, just a quick recap of what we do here. We always start with a meditation. It's usually around a half an hour. Usually myself or Jim will guide us into it. We'll have a period of silence and then we'll guide us out of it. And then Jim and I will both do a spiritual sharing. And then after we do that, we go ahead and usually take about a 40-minute break. And then we come back and spend a good couple hours doing Q&A. So that's the program. And we're going to start now with the meditation. So if you haven't already, go ahead, and we like to say just assume the position. And in this case, with ILM, the core thing we really want to always make, as the primary principle or focus is really the soul, not the body position. So it's okay if you're sitting up or you're laying down, even standing up, whatever it is, but really something that's going to be where your body's comfortable, yet supported, so that hopefully you don't fall asleep. If you do, that's okay, that happens. But hopefully enough where you can keep some level of awareness, because in meditation, we really want to go to a deep place, obviously. And then from there, we can really turn it over to God, to what's next. So we're going to do our part as we go into meditation and open up to that movement of God's loving and see where that takes us. So if you would like, you can close your eyes, as I'm going to do now. And just begin to let go. Just like in closing the eyes, we let go of any outer distractions or focus. Just begin to bring your attention inwards and upwards to that place we call the seat of the soul, a place that resides at the top of the head, the forehead. It's above the eyebrows. So we just want to gather our attention here, for this is the place in which the soul resides within the body as it enters into and leaves this physical consciousness. So just begin to open up the inner senses, allowing that spiritual eye to open, the spiritual ear, that inner knowing, so that you can begin to perceive that inner light of loving, whether it's the light of your own soul, it often appears as a golden white, or even the light of the Holy Spirit as it reaches into this physical level. It'll appear as a purple light, and sometimes as a blue, and even other colors. But whatever inner light you perceive, if you do, just give it your attention and just relax into it. If you watch it, you'll be aware that light is always in motion. Sometimes we don't know if it's coming or going, it's just in movement. But if you can focus into the center, just relax your focus. There's no trying here. There's no efforting. There's just relaxing into placing your attention. So place it into the center of this light, for this is where the doorway is. This is the doorway, the tunnel, the path, and the way by which the soul moves from the physical and into the spiritual. If you look closely, you may see that door is round and that it is open, that it is actually a hallway or a tunnel. And all we have to do is allow ourselves to move in and through this doorway. And the way we do that is simply by giving our attention with loving, that we just love God and allow God to love us. In truth, that purple light or the golden white is God's loving. So all we have to do is focus upon this and just hold ourselves in a place of vulnerability, receptivity, so that we can allow that light of loving to just move in us and through us, allowing God to do what God wishes, and even allowing it to extend beyond us, so that light of loving can move through us to even touch to others and to be of service in the world, however God wishes. So just be open and allow it to move, and allow it to move you. You may notice it either fill you and pour through you, and it'll also lift you, where you actually experience yourself being pulled upwards like a magnet, wanting to lift you into those higher frequencies and realms and into the divine. So just allow it to do what it does and to go with it. And to just be in a place of peace and surrender. And also listen closely as God speaks to us in many ways. That Holy Spirit is heard as an audible stream of loving. And in that frequency is God's voice that is loving, that is made up of the sound and that light. We can hear this truly even as a voice speaking to us in our own language, guiding us, calling us home. Or as God's voice also filters through the different realms, we can hear it as different sounds, from buzzing bees to running water, the sounds of music, and just different frequencies, such as a high-pitched ringing you may hear, whether it's within your ears or just within your head. If you're aware of this, just allow it to be and take note of it. And just allow it to move freely. So we want to be in a place of observation as well as receptivity, where we're watching and listening to this inner light and sound, just allowing it to move and allowing our awareness to expand, to perceive it in greater ways. And just follow it wherever it takes you, wherever it goes. Let it permeate every aspect of your beingness. For in this light and sound of God's loving is also the action of liberation, the way by which God assists us in freeing us from our attachments, our reactions, in any way that we hold ourselves to this physical creation. That as that Holy Spirit comes in and assists us to let go, that we truly can let God. And wherever we let go, it is always filled with God's loving and peace and joy. And all we have to do is allow it. And for all this to take place, it's as simple as holding our attention and loving God. And so just now, as this continues to unfold, begin now, more directly loving God through this light and sound. As God has given us sacred names, we can chant or sing those names silently within. And if we wish, we can use the spoken name, the Hugh or Anahu. that we can chant out loud or inwardly. Help attune ourselves to assist us in coming to that centered point and sharing our loving with God. So I'm going to chant the Anahu out loud. You're welcome to join in with me out loud or silently, or simply just listen. Just continue the chanting inwardly or outwardly. Just being open and allowing this process to unfold as we move into a time of silence now. Just being in this loving with God. Just continuing to be vulnerable and receptive. Just receiving God's loving, that light and sound. You continue sharing your loving with God. Just allowing it to flow. As simple and easy as breathing in and breathing out. So just receive God's love and share your love with God. So just breathe it in and out just a few more times to help become more present back in the body. And just when you're ready, you can open your eyes, or you can stay in that place of receptivity with your eyes closed if you wish. Let's see if I can get present enough to talk. Seriously. Why are you laughing? For that reason? Wow, okay. Well, I'm going to start with what we talked about earlier. Okay. Had a nice meditation, not only just now, but this morning in my, period of 2.5 hours, that we recommend obviously here of tithing 10% of the day and doing meditation, time with God, that one of the key aspects to really letting it open and flow is, if we could use the word vulnerability. And obviously that word's interpreted in different ways, but in the sense that I'm using it here, vulnerability to me is just being open and receptive without any defenses, without reactions, without having any guard up, but just to be truly in a place of surrender and open. And that's obviously something we talk about a lot and we pay attention to. I mean, you hear me all the time in here talk about a big part of my meditation every day is just surrendering. It's just like, as soon as I just surrender to God, I open up and become vulnerable. And that's what we really need to do to be in that true relationship or that real flow with God, to experience in greater ways, to have more awareness with it, to allow it to unfold and live in us and through us. Or really, another way of saying that is for us just to awaken and live the truth of who we are. When I talk sometimes, I'm talking about really that action of the Holy Spirit as it comes present through the purple light, through the loving, through all the aspects of God, because it's through that one that gives life to the soul, but it also is through that the soul literally experiences. In other words, everything is made up of God. God created all things. But in all this, because it's like, it could be almost like static air, right? But there's a flow when we go into meditation, and we talk about it as a river, as the river of loving. So even in all of creation, there's all these different things to experience and aspects, Well, even as you can see the picture behind us, you see this river here. So within God's creation, there are certain flows or movements that serve a certain purpose or function, just like a river here, and especially when it flows into a greater body of water, such as the ocean. Well, that's a lot of what's taking place for us as we go into meditation. We're really going in and then up. That's perfect. This river's right here for me to be able to do that, to go in. And it's not uncommon. There's actually a choice point here. As you can see the river where I'm pointing my fingers. I guess that's is there a river under there? Yeah, over the bridge there. And we can make a choice, right? Do we keep going on the straight and narrow up to the right, or do we go to the left? Well, and here, we talk about to the left is going back into the world, because it'll bring you right back down, where going up, straight up or to the right, is really not going up into spirit, and we'll just continue on up the mountain. I love that here. Does that road actually go right back around here? That's funny. So this river of loving is what we're really opening to in meditation, and what we're attuning ourselves to and getting into. We're through this meditation action, we're actually diving in, getting into the river. And we have our part to do. But once we get in the river, in other words, once we've done our part, then now the river will just carry us. In other words, God's loving through the Holy Spirit will just now carry us wherever it's going to take us. In other words, thy will be done, God's will be done. So in order to get into that river, though, we've got to be willing to go into a place of vulnerability, which is also another way of saying of letting go of our willfulness, of our ego, of our wants, our desires, all those things that you've probably heard over and over, where spiritual groups talk about detachment, to live in a place of detachment. Another way we talk about it in ILM is to live in a place of neutrality. That neutrality is where we're willing to sacrifice or give up or to let go of all those personal ego aspects of self that would keep us attached to this physical creation. In order to do that, we've got to become vulnerable. And that's one of the hardest things to do, because being vulnerable, we often feel unsafe. We feel like we're putting ourselves at risk. If we open up and become vulnerable, well, we could get hurt. Something bad could happen to us, because in the past, if we look at things, all the bad things that happen, right? Even the times we tried to be open, vulnerable, and honest, all of a sudden somebody attacks us or starts, in whatever way, even physically, let alone just verbally, and of course, mentally, emotionally, from where all that comes from. And so we've got these defenses we've built up over time now, that even when we're now on a spiritual journey, like we're doing in ILM, that those defenses have built up so much, we're not even aware of them anymore. And so here we hear, like, I'm sharing today about surrendering, opening, being vulnerable, receptive. So we try to do that. And then we wonder why nothing's happening. Like we go into meditation and it's just dark. We don't see the purple light. We don't see any light. And we may not even feel anything either. Like for us feelers, you might feel sensations on the top of your head or forehead, or tingling through your body, the chicken skin type of stuff. So it's those things we try to look for, in a sense, as a signpost to see if we're really attuning or experiencing spirit. And we question and wonder a lot. And we don't realize all these defenses that, again, we've built up over the years of all of our reactions and trying to protect, defend, or control our situations just to survive or to take care of ourselves or whatever it may be, depending on our circumstances. So the part when we say we have our part to do of getting in the river, that's where all the work is. It's funny because we talk about we each have our 10% and then God will handle the other 90%. Our 10% is just doing what we need to do to get in the river, even 10% of the day of meditation of the 2 hours and 24 minutes or 2.5 hours, down to that level. But the other part of that 10%, as you hear us talk about in here, is accepting responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Because it is through all of that that as we really learn even what our responsibility is, or another way of looking at what our actual thoughts or feelings are, that really now from that comes our actions and our reactions. And obviously it's more the reactions, but if we take action from reaction, again, we're just building up more of that shell, those defenses where we've really learned to protect ourselves and we're on guard over the air. So much so, I've seen it so much that it's just normal for people, even when somebody's joking around and playing games and they say something like teasing somebody, and they may say a certain word, not even calling a person a name, but say a certain word like about a person, that the person would go into reaction. They feel hurt by the person when all they're doing is goofing off, right? Haven't we all done that? Playing around with friends, we're getting silly, our guard's kind of let down, and all of a sudden something pops up, somebody says or does something, and all of a sudden we feel hurt or we feel attacked or even ignored. That's another one, right? We feel ignored, like if we're in a group and nobody's giving us attention. Well, that's another one. So when those things happen and we find ourselves going to reaction, well, what is that that's going on? And so when we have that, instead of, well, let me back up a sec. Normally, people then get protective, defensive, right? We put up our guard, or maybe I should say, and we start making excuses about things, or we start blaming other people like, well, they're so-and-so. So in other words, to help protect, defend ourselves or to justify our own reactions, we now start accusing or pointing fingers at other people saying, well, they did this to me, or they didn't do what I wanted, or whatever they did hurt my feelings, or whatever that is, where we're blaming other people for our own reactions. Well, obviously what? Now in that state of reaction, it's creating the defense that doesn't allow us to be vulnerable. So we now protect our vulnerability. And that's the whole point in the beginning. We're trying to protect ourselves from feeling hurt. So it really crosses, if you see my fingers here, I'm doing even right in front of my heart, it crosses our wires and causes confusion because we want to be in a loving place with people where we can be open and vulnerable. But then when those moments happen, we just close our hearts, we shut down, we get confused, we start blaming them, and then it crosses this inside of us and we get all in turmoil. That's where the reactions come from, because of whatever belief systems and things we've created, and then something out here stimulates this and triggers, and before we know it, there it is. And all of these things we've done through all the years. Now, when we go into meditation and trying to open up, be vulnerable with God, you know, to get in this river, right on up to God, we may not even realize all of these things we build up now that we've actually got to move through, that we've got to work through, that we've got to forgive, that we've got to let go, that we need to find a way through all that, because we're the ones who created it. We reacted, regardless of what somebody else said or did. We're the ones who reacted, and then in that, we're the ones who build up our defenses. So now we're stuck with this big moat or high walls, you know, like our own castle, to really protect, defend ourselves. And so now we've got to begin to look at, wow, how come when I go into meditation, I'm not experiencing this river? I don't see the light. I don't hear things. Whatever that is. Well, this is where we now need to begin to look. And this is what we call in ILM the inner work, doing the inner work, or we like to say doing the homework. In other words, going homework. So to go home, we've got to now create the opening. And it's through vulnerability that we do that, because in vulnerability is how we really let go, by which God can come and just lift these things. That's why when you hear it, especially Jim over and over says, just give it up to God, give it up to God. Well, that's letting go. That's opening up, becoming vulnerable. By giving it up to God, we're allowing ourselves in that vulnerability for that God's grace to come in and just lift these things, to clear these things, to open us up. In other words, from the other side, to come in and assist us, as we're doing the inner work to get to God in the river. God's doing the same thing from here as we ask, as we invite in, as we open up and be vulnerable to God. So it's like a two-way street, in other words. God's always there doing that, just waiting for us until we're ready to now do our part. And so that's what we need to look at, is doing our part. That's the whole idea of all the LAF work we do, the forgiveness processes, the looking, the learning. That's what karma is, right? Unlearned lessons. So the next time you find yourself in reaction with somebody, instead of just getting mad at them, or in addition to getting mad at them, because that's usually what we'll do, start to really look at it and ask yourself, instead of just blaming them or saying so and so because they're causing your reaction, to start to look at and say, well, wait a minute, I'm the one in reaction, so this is my reaction. And if I'm in reaction, it's because there's something there that I have put up as a wall that I created in my consciousness over all these years, no matter how long ago it was, including into other lifetimes, yes. It's just to carry forward, people. Whatever's present, doesn't matter where it originated, just deal with whatever's present. It's literally all we got to do. It's that simple. We don't need to go into all the other stuff that complicates it. Just work with what's present. And if in working with what's present, other stuff shows up, great. That's all part of the learning. Okay, but keep it simple. So start looking and asking now, oh, I'm the one in reaction. So what is this reaction here to teach me? What am I here to learn? Or another way of saying, I hear that over and over. Jim and Brian and Kelsey talk about accepting or taking responsibility for my thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. So let me see how I can take responsibility for that. Because this is what it's here for. It's not a bad or a negative. It's here because of something we've done that created it. But you got to understand, God created us in God's image, right? As a creator. So we are learning to be not just creators, because we're creating messes as well as good things, to be co-creators with loving, with peace, with joy. But all these things we look at that are not loving, peace, and joy, all the reactions and what we'd call the negatives, the things that cause disturbance, are also things we've created based on fear, judgment. In other words, the illusion of the world. That's what blocks us, or where we go into protection now and are no longer vulnerable. So those defenses, those walls are there now where we have created. And as we are willing to look now and learn from that, is where we begin to take responsibility. And then taking responsibility for all this is exactly how now we are learning to become responsible co-creators with God. The very reason why we are here. Okay? I hope this is sinking in. I know it's not new stuff here if you've been around. But let it sink in on another level and take it to the next level. If you just heard what I just said, why would you not want to do this work? Realizing that's what you're doing and why God has us here. In all of God's creation, here we are, time and space. It's a powerful place to learn about creativity, is through this darkness, this fear, the judgments. So it can serve us very well because the intensity, the suffering. But in that darkness, through that intensity, is where we can really pay more attention and, if anything, empower this learning process. Because here we are held accountable by the karmic laws that Lucifer created all this. What goes around comes around, right? Well, that's another way of saying we're responsible for our thoughts and feelings. Not only do we say accept or take responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, well, in truth, we actually are held accountable, and we have to take responsibility at some point to really now learn the lessons of why we're here, to liberate ourselves, to free ourselves. The freedom and liberation, by the way, comes from learning the lessons, the very reason we're here, the purpose in it. Not because we've been condemned, we're bad, Lucifer got us, we sold our soul. That's all the bullshit. Seriously. That is all the make-believe and the bunk that the mind of man, and Lucifer's planted some good seeds in there to assist in that, to get us caught up in false belief systems to keep us in bondage. Because if we buy into all those false belief systems, we buy into the fear. That keeps us hooked. And how many people do you know, even yourself maybe, that are so righteous and they know this is the way, right? Look at some really strong religious groups. It can be any religion, by the way. I'm not pointing fingers. Anybody who has a really strong righteous attitude, that's a good indicator right there that they have totally bought into the belief system of fear of what's right and what's wrong. And that just binds the soul to this creation. It's all based on fear. And people say judgment, so I say fear and judgment, but it's really fear. Because what do we judge? We judge the things that the fear has created as right and wrong. Okay? So I don't care the approach, just go whatever's with present. And to move with that, to look at that. We have to realize these things and realize the illusion or the falseness of them. That truly fear is an illusion. And all we've done is bought into it. And it's the buying into it then that keeps us bound to it. Once we are introduced to now this river of loving, this light of truth, right? Now we know something else. If we're not aware of that, well, all we know is this. Well, of course, this is all we're going to know and we're going to be living. We'll have no idea. But as soon as we're introduced to this, whether outwardly by somebody else sharing with us, or literally in somehow by the grace of God, we have an inner experience or transformation of consciousness, that happens too. Because at some point we're ready. But as soon as that happens, then that light comes in. And what does the light do? The light shows now, it reveals, it shines to the darkness, to the fear, right? And then as the light does that, it just opens up the fear and begins to reveal now the lessons that we're held accountable to, as I was saying earlier. But see, a lot of times then the world will take it as punishment. Well, you did this. You go, yeah, I did. I did do this. Well, you're going to be punished for it. Okay, great. Punish me. Let's get it over with. And then eventually I'll have worked off, my penance, or through forgiveness. If we're working with God's grace, forgiveness can clear it. No need for punishment. But in this world, it's punishment. But if we can truly now live in the grace, forgiveness can wipe the slate clean. It wipes our debts clear. No need for punishment. Believe me, the suffering was enough. There's enough punishment. What we suffered through our reactions in those belief systems was enough. But guess what? Until we in ourselves can truly become vulnerable and now move into this place of forgiveness of ourselves, we're still held to this because we believe it. And so then we believe ourselves to be unworthy, to be bad, to be whatever that is, that we deserve to be punished. And even if the world's not punishing us, we will punish ourselves. Think about it. How many times do you go into reaction and then you punish yourself just by judging yourself for effing it up, right? To making a mistake, screwing things up. I'm such a failure. Oh my God, I can't believe this. I can't believe what I did. I'm so stupid. I'm so this, I'm so that. That's how we punish ourselves. And we do it enough, those affirmations have power that just keep beating us down. So eventually, we have to take a different course of action. In other words, we've got to get in this river and now go up to the right rather than to the left, where it just keeps circling right back down. Then it gives us another chance, and then we go right to the left again. And believe me, this is called the wheel of reincarnation. Okay. And it's it's funny. It's even counterclockwise to the left, right? It just keeps coming right back around until eventually we go, what the heck's this? What's this thing? Why didn't I notice that before? The river veers up to the right. Let me try that. I've done this other one so much now. I'm getting sick of it. Beating myself up enough. I've suffered enough. I'm ready to find a way out. And then all of a sudden, here we go. And then all of a sudden we'll notice right on that bridge right there, there'll be somebody up there going, waving, going, hey, you. I've been waiting for you. You're one of my students. I'm your spiritual teacher. You didn't realize it yet, but now that you've looked up on the bridge and you can see me, I'm saying, come on, go this direction now. That's what happens. Is that literally all of a sudden we'll look up and we'll see, we'll be made aware. And the real spiritual teacher, what? Is the Holy Spirit, of course. But of course, the Holy Spirit's going to use whatever form in the physical to help bring our awareness to this, to begin the process. It's as simple as that. And then, of course, what happens? Well, then we'll be made aware of all the spiritual principles and teachings. So the things we can start to do to take the responsibility to get off of this wheel that we've been on and spinning and suffering. And so those of you here obviously are on this direction. And so here we give the direct spiritual teachings and the things we each need to do as a soul on this journey to now learn our lessons and is taking responsibility to learn to be a co-creator with God. And as we do, think about it, just like in school, when you pass a test, well, because you got it right. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. Well, let's take off the right and wrong. Like you pass a test, you got it right. If you didn't pass, you failed because you got it wrong, right? But what's underneath all that? Let's cut out the superficial stuff of right and wrong. Let's get underneath. It's about, do you understand the information, the teaching? Like math, 2 + 2. I'm not sure what it means yet. Well, I got it wrong, so we'll come back around and do it again. 2 + 2, what is it? 3. Nope, got it wrong. 2 + 2. Oh, 5. Nope, got it wrong, right? 2 +, oh, wow, I've tried all those other ways and they're wrong. So let me try again something different. 2 + 2 = 4. Yes, you got it. Okay, now I'm set free to go off a different path. I don't need to repeat it anymore. So even though the world calls this path the right and the wrong, it's really about understanding. It's about learning. When you pass the test, it means you now have learned. You understand. Once you get that, what is it saying? Oh, I now have learned about this so that now I can move on to what's next. I don't have to keep repeating this now because I've learned it. And then we go on to the next thing, and then we keep repeating that next thing until we've learned it, even though the world calls it, we did it wrong or we did it right. It's all about learning. That's the spiritual action, is just about learning, about understanding. And what happens when we learn, we understand? We have this sense of peace, right? of fulfillment, completion. We feel acceptance and loving. Oh, those sound like spiritual aspects, right? Well, of course they are. That's why whenever we get it right, we feel good. But that's, again, the surface of the world. But go for the deeper. So in life, right, we call it the school of hard knocks. So we get out of school. If you've gotten out and passed all 12 grades or whatever you're required, wherever you're at, because you've learned at least enough of the information that you now graduate, and then you can, go do life now, supposedly have the tools so you can live your life. So now we have the school of life, or the school of hard knocks, as said for some people, most of us at some point or another. Same process, different way though. Same process, meaning now we're not just learning information, we're learning now how life works, life experience. But this is where obviously the deeper lessons are, not of what's right and wrong, but really a deeper understanding. But we've got to get beyond the right and wrong. The right and the wrong is where all the defenses come up and all the walls we create. When we can start to look at just understanding, well, to do that, we've got to be willing to accept what's going positive, negative, accept it, no longer avoid it. We've got to be willing to look if we're going to learn. We've got to be willing to invite God's loving and bring the light in so that the light, you can shine into the darkness. Even the phrase, think about it. Well, let's shed some light on it. Isn't that interesting? Humanity, we just say these things. Let's shed some light on it. Well, let's bring the light of spirit into it. Well, that's what we're doing in meditation. We're opening the door to allow the light to come in, to reveal now that which has been unconscious within us or in the darkness. So we're shedding light on it. This is the simplicity of how this works. So keep attempting the meditation, keep doing it, making the effort, open the door, shed some light on that. Okay? That light that we open up to, well, again, it seems kind of a paradox, right? Well, Brian, you just said I need to be vulnerable to open to the light. So if I'm not vulnerable because of all my reactions, defenses, then how can the light come in there? I know it seems that way, but here's the thing, right? Just like anything in life, the more you repeat it, what happened? Well, little by little, you learn all the things that don't work, and then you learn what does work. So another way of looking at that is the more you keep attempting meditation, you're opening the door, even if it's just a little crack at a time. So just a little ray of light starts coming through. That little ray of light will make a bigger difference than you realize. Especially when you keep doing a meditation over and over, that door then keeps opening more and more. And every little bit it opens, the more light comes in, and we begin to see now those areas within us, the thoughts, the feelings, the actions and reactions. And we actually see not only like how we feel, our reactions, but we begin to see like, oh, wow, I reacted because as a child, I was taught this is right and wrong. Do this, don't do that. When somebody does that, they're mean, they're trying to hurt me or whatever. My parents did this or my friends did this. And so that goes in. So then that light, now as it comes in, we begin to see these things. We go, oh, so from those I created or somebody told me this is the way. And so now we have a belief system. Okay, so we have this belief system now that we've accepted or created inside of ourselves that now we live by. And so as we live by that, not, unbeknown to us, it's creating all these dynamics now. We just don't understand that at the time. But this is what starts to be revealed when we open in meditation and actually ask for enlightenment, ask for understanding, ask for awakening, ask for liberation, Ask, what is this here to teach me? Ask and look and say, okay, instead of just reacting and blaming and making everybody wrong, including myself, let me start looking at what's going on inside of me. What is my lesson here? Let me learn. Let me take responsibility. Let me learn how to be a co-creator with God so I can create loving and joy rather than reaction and just keep putting out more blame and wrongness and judgment on others based upon my fear. Because what? If we judge and react, it's usually based on fear because somebody won't love us, or somebody's going to condemn us or punish us, or you fill in the blanks. Doesn't matter what it is, it's the same process. But when we start asking and are willing to take responsibility, and now proactively looking, inviting the loving in, looking, it is that willingness to take responsibility and being proactive is the beginning of now how we open the door to becoming vulnerable. This is how we become vulnerable. A willingness to open up to loving is another way of saying a willingness to open up to looking, to learning, to accepting what's present, good and bad. That's what does it. So it's not about, I mean, how many of you think about it? You now, even if you've been in ILM a while, say, wow, all right, I've got to take responsibility for all this stuff. And then you get so caught up in taking responsibility, you think you got to figure it all out and learn all your lessons. And then you get so focused on that, you lose sight of why you're doing it in the first place. It's not how it works. We're here to love God and let God love us. And then in that loving process, light is shed upon those areas of where we have yet to take more responsibility. Not trying to figure out, not trying to dig it in there to be worthy of God's loving, but simply because we do love God. And then in that grace of God and God's will and God's timing, God will shed light in those areas like, okay, now it's time to learn about this. Now it's time to look at, take responsibility in this area. So we do it with God, partners with God, co-creator. So we're not trying to figure it out and do it on our own. We're going inside in meditation, looking to God, inviting God in, and loving God and receiving God's love and say, okay, God, we are in relationship now. Let's do this together. I open to you. I give everything up to you and I open to receive. And Lord, you lead the way and show me. And then in that, God will give us a sign, right? Show us or reveal to us those areas now for us to look, to learn, to love. Then it's a path of grace and ease, simplicity, loving. Because we're doing it with God. We're not doing it because we think we're unworthy of God's love, and now we've got to do this to figure it out and prove ourselves. We're doing this to learn to be a co-creator with God. And so we do it in partnership, together. Oneness. This is how we begin to merge and expand our consciousness into that greater fullness of God's beingness and beyond just our own little self of where we're contained here. And so the more we do that, we get a taste of it now. That loving grace comes in, the light is shed upon something, the lesson's revealed. We see how we can take responsibility. We see how we created this. We take responsibility for that. We love, accept, and forgive ourselves and that which we've created. And through that, now we release ourselves from it. We fulfilled the lesson. And now we're more open and vulnerable. The door now is open wider. So we have even a fuller relationship with God now. And then we do it again and again and again. And each step, it just keeps building and opening and expanding. Because once we get the process down, we just, what is it? Wash, rinse, and repeat, right? So now we just keep doing that process that always takes us on this river now. So we learn how to live a life spiritually that's based on loving and grace, and the process of learning to be a co-creator, which is what really the whole thing is around taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Taking responsibility and learning to be a co-creator is way different, right, than learning our lessons and getting it right or getting it wrong. We're unworthy. We got to figure it out. I've been a bad person, a bad soul. I'll be a good one once I get it figured out. And once I get all that done, then once I've suffered or served my penance, then all of a sudden God's grace will release me, hopefully, right? Think about that. And how I just voiced that, if you have any of those attitudes or words running in you, listen and realize there's an easier way, much easier, let alone enjoyable. It's a nice path to walk. And that's the path we're walking here in this action of sound and light. So there's one last thing I want to do in regards to this talk, because it's always good to have a practical application now to this. And we usually talk in here and then leave it up to those of you listening if you take any of the information and see how to apply it in your life. So I'm going to offer an example that you're welcome to do even as I'm sharing it, of how you could apply what I just talked about in life. Really simple process. You can get out your journal. If you have a journal right now, you're welcome to do it, or go back when you're ready and re-listen to this talk, the recording on our website or YouTube. And as simply as getting out your journal and making a list, just on a page, just write down any words or phrases, thoughts or feelings where you go into reaction. In other words, when somebody says or does something, this is an easy way to come up with the list. If there's anybody or anything that is said or done in a sense towards you or around you, doesn't have to be done towards you, and you find yourself go into reaction with it, write that down. Well, so-and-so said this about me. Okay. And then whatever they said, you went into reaction with. So write down whatever it was they said where you went into reaction. Notice I didn't say that they said and caused you or made you go into reaction or what they did to you. I said whatever they said or did, because maybe it's an action they did. Maybe they ignored you. Write that down. They ignored me. Well, they said this about me. So whatever they did that you're first saying they did to you, rather start to reframe that. Well, this is what they said or did, and I went into reaction with what they said or did. Okay? This is the first step of learning how to detach and to take responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, your reactions. They said or did this, but I went into reaction. You're now owning your reaction. Where you said, well, they said or did this to me. You're not owning your reaction. You're not taking responsibility. You're putting it off, blaming others. That's an excuse. If you find yourself blaming other people, criticizing them, making excuses, and any other host of things that can go with that. Complaining, right? It's just complaining. If you find yourself complaining, that's probably the big one. When we find ourselves complaining, we're actually complaining because we're in reaction. And we're in reaction because we haven't looked yet at those areas we need to take responsibility yet within ourselves. So all those things we complain about, write that down. Write it down in your journal. All the things we blame others about, write it down. All the things we make excuses about, write it down. Get it all out. You can even do it like we said, thoughts. What are all my thoughts on this? What are all my feelings about this? What are my reactions? And what are the actions I take with those reactions? Well, they ignored me, so I gave them the silent treatment, right? I'm going to do it back to them. So they hurt me, I'm going to hurt them. Okay, that's what we do here. They called me a name, I'm going to call them a name. So write down the actions you take as well as your reactions. So literally your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, and your reactions. You could just start with one person, or you could start with something going on in the world, like an event or a political thing, right? Or a religious point of view. You could make it just about anything. Write it down. Make a list of all those things. That list is a very powerful list that you now have to work with. Just having that written out, you have now a level of awareness of all these things that are running in your consciousness, whether you're aware of it or not. Because believe me, there's a lot of things running inside of us we're not even aware of. We're just habitually, automatically, literally unconsciously reacting to. Doing the same thing over and over and over on this wheel of reincarnation. By the way, the wheel of reincarnation, why the soul keeps coming back around to learn the lessons, to learn and take responsibility. We've got to be willing to take responsibility. And what? To do that, we need to move into a place of vulnerability. Why? Because if we're going to take responsibility, we've got to move into the state of consciousness by which we can do that. So when we open to become vulnerable, it's also saying, okay, I accept, I acknowledge, I own that this is what I'm doing. I own that I'm in reaction. Because what do most people do? If somebody points out when you're in reaction, you go, no, I'm not. I hear that all the time. I'm not in reaction. Really? Why did you even have to say that to me then when I literally said something and you just told me you're not in reaction? We defend ourselves, right? It's another simple one. It gets to be funny after a while when you write these things down and you see all the little things you do, even when you think you're not in a reaction, when you actually are. That's not being in a place of vulnerability. We've got to be willing to look and take the feedback from the universe, whether somebody directly telling us, or we just are willing to finally look and see what's going on and look at ourselves to see what we're doing, because that's really the greatest thing. When I'm saying make the list of all the things out here, that's just a door opener. Because you can make the list and still blame everybody and complain and make excuses. So that's the first step. So you can still make the list and have awareness. But that doesn't serve you until you can take ownership by acknowledging and saying, oh my God, I actually am in reaction. I'm the one in reaction. So let me look at my reaction now. So you can literally go through each of these things you've written down and look, now begin to go deeper. So take the first one on the top of your list and maybe on the other page, like if you have a journal, the binder in the middle and you have 2 pages. So maybe on the left page, you put all the list of all the things that you're in reaction with. And then on the right side, you can now begin to say, okay, here's the thing in reaction with, here's what they say or did, here's how I reacted. And then over on this side, you can say, wow, okay, let me start to look at my thoughts around that. What do I think about that? What did I learn about that? How was I raised? Start to look at the belief systems, the patterns that you are running. So you start to list out all your thoughts around just this one person, situation, whatever was said, whatever was done, where you went into reactions. You start on the other side of the page right now, your thoughts around all that. And then you now start to write out your feelings. Well, how did I feel about that? What went on inside of me emotionally? So in my reaction, I had these thoughts, and in my reactions, here's the feelings I had. How did that make me feel? Okay. And then you write out now the next step in that same thing. Well, how did I react to that? You could even put actions and reactions together if you wanted to say, how did I react to that? Or how did I act? What did I do with that, in other words? Did I now just take that in and now use it to beat myself up, to judge myself, to make myself wrong, and I'm a bad person because of what was said or done out here? Or did I take that and now start to beat others up with it? Well, they're just no good. They're this and that. It's not me, it's them. They're jerks anyway. Push them away. So what did you do? The reactions and actions. What did you do now with all that? Was it totally internalized? Did you externalize anything? What were your reactions and actions with all that? Okay. So you've got this list now. The actual happenings, the events, the words, the peoples. And over here, you've got the thoughts, the feelings, the actions and reactions. Okay. So writing all this out now is an acknowledgement. It's acknowledging what happened. Here's the trigger. And over here's my response or reaction and all the levels of it. That'll give you such a level of clarity right there. And when you write it all out, you'll find yourself even starting to move into acceptance just in the awareness. Because really by writing it out, you actually are beginning to acknowledge it. So in the acknowledgement, now you start seeing that, go, okay, I accept, I own, this is what I do. Whenever this is done out here, this is what I do with it. So now that I accept that, that's the first step. If you can't come into acceptance, let alone acknowledging that, there's really nothing more to be done. Because that's a step that's got to be taken. If you're going to really learn the lessons here, to learn to be a co-creator with God, is to accept responsibility, just to accept it. It starts with acceptance, and then to accept responsibility for it is the next step. You know how Jim's original, our toolbox CD, Jim's talk on the LAF, the original talk? First tool is loving. Well, you've got to be loving enough. And also, what does loving do? It brings awareness. It brings the light. Loving is the light that reveals all this. So the first step of loving is literally writing out this journal, like I just said, on the left side, on the right side. Now, once you've done that, that's a loving action. That's an awareness action. And now the acceptance, so LAF, loving, acceptance, forgiveness. So now that other action I just said now, by accepting now, and even in Jim's talk, he talks about accepting responsibility. So now that second step, accepting responsibility for all of our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. And once you accept that, now you are empowered. You've taken your power back. When we go into reaction, we actually give our power away to all these things. This is how we split ourselves, by the way, and disempower ourselves. So when we start to accept responsibility for all this, is where we begin to take our power back now. We begin, not fully. We're just beginning to take by accepting responsibility. But once we accept responsibility, we've empowered ourselves enough now that we can now change this. Remember my joke in the beginning? We've been through enough shifting around now, all the changes going on and shifting. Well, this is how we create the real change or the real shift in our consciousness with all the changes that have gone around in our outer circumstances. So once you accept responsibility, you have a power now to actually be able to forgive. You can forgive the outer circumstances, you can forgive the people, but ultimately, it's not until you forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for all those thoughts. Forgive yourself for all the feelings. Forgive yourself for all the actions and reactions that you took based upon all these thoughts and feelings. Forgive yourself for having created all of this. Right? So forgive all this on the left side of the page, but really forgive all the right side. But really what? The center binder part is you. That's your column of loving. That's you in the neutral place. The left side and then the right side of the page. So as you now forgive, not only what you've written with what you've done or thought or felt, but now forgive yourself for having created all of that. For these were your thoughts and feelings and actions and reactions. When you can forgive yourself for having created that, is when you really set yourself free. And it is that setting yourself free now by which you will automatically then begin to find yourself becoming open and vulnerable to the true movement of God's loving in the greatest way. Not just as the light opener bringing awareness, but truly now opening to a full-on experience and merging in relationship with God. So it's not just God now bringing you things or doing things, but by which you're beginning to move into that true loving, living, loving essence of who you are with God. This is the way to do that. But it has to be done with and through the meditation, because that meditation with the sacred name is the river itself. So as you do this meditation with the sacred name is how you get into the river. But then as you do your parts, as I just described, is how you're able to now keep traveling on the river. So you don't get hung up on the rocks or the brush, at the side of the river, or you decide to get out of the river because you're too scared or you're afraid of drowning or something. Because that happens. People get afraid with all the loving and all the movement and change going on in their lives. So they'll get out of the river. They'll stop meditating. They'll stop doing these exercises of the inner work. If you do that, well, do this exercise. Wow, I'm afraid. Well, why am I afraid? What is this here to teach me? What am I learning here? See what I'm saying? So instead of when you go into fear, you don't start blaming and judging other people because what they said or did created it. It's what you did in response to the other. That's your reaction based on your thoughts and feelings. Take responsibility. This is the most empowering thing, and this is really the most direct, simple way. And you'll find anything and everything in life that you do, and even all types of other programs, exercises, healing, psychology, you name it, it's going to be based on what we just shared here today. It'll just be maybe expressed a little different, maybe a little different twist to the technique, but it's going to boil down to what just said here, all of it. This is the level of simplicity which we share in ILM. But we won't get the results until we're really willing to do the going home work, to literally get out the journal and write these things out, to do the inner processes. And if you need support, that's what we're here for. That's what class is about. That's what Q&A. Heck, next week, Kelsey's doing her LAF class on Sunday, right? There you go. Do the exercise there and then do it this week before then. And that way, when you get to the class, you can ask questions with Kelsey, let alone today with Jim and I. Get out the LAF workbook. It's pretty much the same thing we do in the LAF workbook, just kind of a little different way, but it's the same thing we do in there. Because eventually, after you get all this list out and take ownership to do the forgiveness, where you're going to want to go into a meditation now. Like in the LAF workbook, we do a meditation. Basically, it's forgiveness or letting go of all these things now, and now replacing it with loving. And also statements of truth. Because once you realize you're not an unworthy, poor, idiotic soul, That's one thing I don't care about the Amazing Grace song, by the way, because we're not wretched, only if we believe we are. Did you realize what a wonderful, joyful, bright, loving light you are? Well, you've got to create the space and now start replacing all these old reactions and belief systems and feelings with now the new of who you really are and all the aspects of what comes with that. So you can now have new belief systems, or no belief systems at all would be better, and just live the grace and the loving. And then the feelings to line up with that. So your belief system literally could be an affirmation or a statement of truth, like, I am the living light of God. I am a joyful, empowered soul, and all kinds of other wonderful things. And then guess what? Your emotions will start to line up with that. You'll feel more joy, more happiness. You'll have more pleasant feelings. You'll have more peace. And you'll have more awareness of all these things going on, but not being caught up in those things, and rather just living in that loving neutrality that you've created by doing the actual inner work. And then you learn to keep doing that over and over and keep meditating until the day you're truly fulfilled and complete. That's the real liberation. That's what liberation is really about. It's not escaping or avoiding or getting out of hell. It's about loving, fulfilling our responsibilities, and learning to be a co-creator with God. And that's how we merge back into the greater union and oneness. So I hope I explained that exercise thoroughly enough. If not, Jim might shed a little more light on it as we move into him sharing next. And of course, like I said, there's Q&A and all the other things we offer, as well as the Laugh Workbook, the Laugh course online on the website as well, that a lot of you are doing. So, okay, I'll go ahead and leave it at that and turn it over to Jim if you'd like to share. Sure.
I will say one thing before I actually begin my talk, but an interesting thing that I've noticed recently is that there are a lot of people, either individually or in groups, that are doing the LAF workbook. And I've talked to a few people now who said, my God, we had to do it 5-6 times, going over the workbook again and again and again, and looking at all these different things, to where it all of a sudden clicked in, and it was like, oh, they got it, they understand it, and got the effect from it. And so it's the same in all of this practice. We have to just keep doing it until it happens. Sometimes it may happen the first time. Other times it may happen the 26th time. You never know, but you just keep doing it. And you don't judge it because, oh, today it was a terrible day, nothing happened. What am I doing this for? You look at it and say, okay, so that was another phase, that was another step, that was another process, and come back and do it again tomorrow, and do it again tomorrow. I know as a child, when I first got the whole idea presented to me by Spirit, the LAF, and with that, I started doing it religiously every day, every day, every day. And I looked and I watched and I paid attention, and I realized it takes time for change to happen. It takes time for us to let go. It takes time for us to change inside of ourselves. And so it is a matter of being attentive and being persistent, and continue doing it over and over and over. And it's very much like meditation. You don't do meditation once and you're in touch with God. You do meditation every day, every day, every day, until you begin to wake up and truly know what Spirit is, what God is, what your soul is. And that will happen if you're doing the meditation regularly. It just automatically happens. So be patient, be kind, be perseverant, be active, and do these things because you love who you are and you want to wake up and know the greater truth of who that is. and don't give up. Be consistent and be perseverant in all you do. And you'll get the results from it in a wonderful way by doing that. If you do it once, good luck. If you do it 10 times, hey, you're on the start. But you never know when the actual event of the aha, the opening up, the clearing, the letting go, the transformation, the change takes place. You just keep doing it until it happens. And that's what I have done in all my life since I was a child. And I prayed every day, every day, every day, getting my connection with God every day, every day. And I began doing the forgiveness action every day. Even when I felt like I had fulfilled it with certain things, I did it anyway. And it took me to another level within myself. It took me to another awareness of who I really am and how I'm really to be. And it takes time. You've got to be very patient with God. You've got to be very patient with yourself. So one thing that I wanted to share today was something that kind of started earlier this week. I was talking to somebody online, a lady online. It wasn't about spirit at all. It was really about something totally different. And as we were talking, she realized I was a minister because she was looking at some paperwork that I had sent in. And she asked if she could ask a question, a spiritual or religious question, because I was a minister, and if maybe I could help her for a minute. And so I said, sure, whatever. And so she said, when I was a little girl and up until my mid-teens, I felt God present with me all the time. I didn't have any concern. God was always there. God was always present with me in everything that was happening. And it was a wonderful experience just having that presence always there. And she said, then one day I woke up, and as a teenager, she didn't remember how old she was, but she said just as a teenager, and God wasn't there. And no matter what she did, she couldn't seem to connect again back to that which she had had. And she looked and tried to figure out, what did I do wrong? What happened? Did I say something? Did I do something? Am I not doing it right? To try to find a way to reconnect. And now she was in her early 20s when we talked. And she said, I still can't find that. I don't know what to do. I joined a church. I go to church regularly. I pray every day, but nothing is happening. And so we just talked for a little bit. And I explained to her, much like I explained to you all, how God is never not present with us. It's really the fact that we changed our focus. We changed our direction of looking. We changed our vulnerability. And that's why we don't feel the presence of God. But God is ever present with us, no matter what. As an initiate, as a non-initiate, as somebody who's spiritually focused, who's somebody who's very caught up in the world, God is right there in it all. And the one thing I would really want to emphasize here with you once again, and I've said it over and over and over, that this meditation practice is really about you developing a relationship with God, one-on-one. It has nothing to do with anybody else in the world, myself, Brian, nobody. It's between you and God. And it's for that reason that God asks you to spend time every day in meditation, up to 2.5 hours a day even, in order to create that bridge, to create that connection between you and God, and to truly have a relationship. And it is truly a wonderful relationship if we can do that, if we will do that. And to let you know just how close God is, if you begin to look and see what I've said over the years, that God is that divine spark in our soul. God is the divine spark in our own soul, and it's that divine spark that gives life to the soul and gives essence of creation, movement, action, creativity through the soul into the creation here and into the realms of spirit above. And it's really up to us to begin to realize God never leaves us. God can't leave us. If God pulls out that divine spark from the soul goes with it. It doesn't leave any emptiness here. The soul just moves on with that divine spark to go elsewhere. So begin to understand you and God are one. There is no separation. Your soul and God are merged together forever. Actually, it was in the very beginning of time, and it is today. And it's up to us to spend time every day going back and connecting to that place where we merge as one in God, where we merge in one. We are there, we are merged in God, but we do not often have awareness of it because we are distracted by the outer. We're pulled away and we look into the outer for everything that we need. That's what the world wants us to do. That's what the world teaches us to do. Look it up in a book. Go listen to somebody talk about it. Go outside and search for it. And wherever looking, wherever searching, wherever trying to figure it out through the actions and the things of the world. But in truth, it's go inside. The connection into God is in our own soul. It's inside of us. And so we need to go inside. We need to go inward and upward to the seat of the soul and connect with our own soul to be once again in the presence of God itself. God and the soul are one. There is no separation. There is oneness. And it is the essence of God that gives life to the soul, gives expression and creativity through the soul. And it's for us to ever live in that presence if we can. Now, when we're in the world, and I know this, I understand this, we can have a great spiritual experience and really know the truth of who we are as the divine presence of God. And an hour later, we have our eyes opened, we're out in the world, we're caught up in the world, and things are going on in the world that pulls us away from that greater truth, and we get lost once again in the elements of the world. And that's just the way it works here. And it's for us to ever remind ourselves, remember, and return back to the truth of who we really are in God and live the truth of who we are in God as much as we can every day. When I was a child growing up, I really knew God 100%. God was with me all the time. Whether I was in my prayer and my meditation by myself, or if I was at school, I could see, I could sense the presence of God in me and in everyone. And I would love for all of us to have that same experience of God eternally being with us and being aware of God in all things. Everything that exists in the realms of spirit and in these realms below are of the essence of God. Without God, they would not exist. It is God's essence that gives life, gives movement, gives expression on all levels of creation. It's much more simply present in the realms of spirit, where down here in the physical realms, it's more complicated because there's so many elements trying to always separate us from our greater awareness of that truth. But once we connect into the truth and we know the essence of God in ourselves, it's easier to see the essence of God in everything. And it's easier to maintain that connection with the essence of God and bring that with us in our daily life. And sure, we're still going to have the things of the world trying to get in the way. We're going to have the mind itself getting distracted, the emotions getting caught up, the imagination desiring and longing for something. But it's for us to ever keep looking inward and upward to God first, and eventually God only, so that we begin to live God all the time. So I just shared with this lady and asked her, how much does she really spend every day just making herself vulnerable to God, not crying out to God, not looking for God, not wondering what happened with God, where did God go, but just making yourself vulnerable to God. And she said she didn't really understand what I was talking about. So I shared with her, I asked her if she was Christian, does she pray? I said, spend time every day. Spend an hour a day in prayer. And she said, I don't have that much to pray for. I said, there you go. You're praying for things. You're asking of God for things. Now go in and share with God your love for God, your longing for God, your wanting of God, and invite God in. Invite God into you, into your consciousness, into your awareness, into your daily life. Invite God in and allow God into you to share with you, to be with you, to just be present, just to know that the essence of love that is God is in you and around you and with you in everything that you do. So she listened and she wrote it down, some of it, and I have no idea. I mean, that was just a few days ago. I have no idea, and I don't know if I'll ever talk to her again, but I might. This was really a business process that I was going through with a company, and it just turned into this kind of conversation. And soon after, we went back and tried to finish it all up. Then we were done in about an hour, and you know, she went on, and I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll hear from her, maybe I won't. But the thing is, I know that this is the same case for a lot of you, even as initiates, even though you carry the name of God. And maybe in your meditations early on in the practice, you actually experienced the movement. You actually experienced the presence of God in some way. But maybe over time, you've lost sight of it. You've lost sight of how you got into that action, how you got into that awareness, and you've put other things on your time of meditation and lost, if you will, that interconnection. Spend time every day just sharing with God, loving God, and inviting God in. I learned that as a child. I shared with God everything. I would sit and I would talk to God about my mom, my dad, my brother, my friends, and just share with God. We did this today, and oh, we had so much fun, and this happened, and I got confused, and I didn't understand, and on and on. I just shared with God everything. And in sharing with God everything, not asking of God, but just sharing, you create a relationship with God because God is listening. And God will participate with you in that if you will allow God in. And that's why I say, and invite God in. Invite God to share with you. Invite God to be present consciously with you. Invite God's light and sound into every moment of your day. And you will find God will come in. God loves invitation. And if you invite God in, God will come in. It may take a little time because you may have built up some things between you and God that you don't even know about. So invite God in, and God will find his way into that and through those barriers and back into the knowing of you and you knowing God much more closely. I know this is true. I know this happens. I've seen it happen with me over and over because I'll allow things to get between me and God. I'll allow myself to feel like, God, you're not really participating with me here. Where are you? Why aren't you doing this? But always I have found it's because I looked away. I looked into the world rather than to God first. And I was trying to resolve things, fix things, figure it out, rather than allow God to participate with me and bring answers and clarity and understanding. So be patient with yourself and be patient with God. Oh my goodness, I've heard so many people just complain about God, gripe about God. And it just amazes me, it amuses me in a way that that's how they deal with God and view God. Because I know God is ever present, ever loving, ever wanting the very best for us, and ever is wanting us to come home. So remember, you're not separate from God. You never have been, and you never can be, because you and God are one in the soul. And that soul that is you resides right here. And it's for you to connect back into that. And it's important to know, because if you can remember that, you always know where to look. Look inward and upward and talk to God, share with God, invite God into the day. Hey, I'm going to be on the phone talking to some people. Would you come and join me? Hey, I've got to go to work now. Would you come and participate with me? Hey, I'm going to be eating dinner with some friends. How about coming and joining in? Invite God into everything, and God will be there. Whether you invite God or not, God will be there because God is in that divine spark that is you. But God may not make himself consciously known in you if you haven't invited God in. But when you invite God in, it's amazing. God is longing to be a part of your life. God is wanting to participate. And if you're in ill health or in financial trouble or whatever, invite God into that. And let God know what's going on for you and what are your thoughts about it all. What are your problems? What are your concerns? What are your fears? Just say, God, come into all of this and resolve it, heal it, bring it into balance, bring it into focus. Share with me what I need to be doing. Is there something that I could bring about financial well-being for myself? Bring that forward for me so that I can take responsibility and take action. And if I'm ill, What can I be doing for myself to help heal myself? Maybe it's to do the loving and accepting and forgiving inside or with others. Maybe it's to take nutritional supplements, or maybe it's to eat a different diet, or maybe it's to be patient and let the body heal itself. I've been through a lot of different things physically in my life. And I've griped at God, I've complained to God, but every time I just relax into God, it transforms, it changes. And maybe it doesn't change to be exactly what I want, but I move into acceptance of what is, and then I can move with what is and transform it into a thing that is better for me, that works for me. To fight illness, to fight problems in the world, it only leads to more fight and struggle. To accept it, there's that word again, accept it, you can do a lot more with it and find a way to resolve it that will work for you. So be patient with God, be patient with yourself, be loving with God, and be loving with yourself. And allow God to love you. You are not worthy of God's love, and you don't have to be worthy of God's love. God loves you just as you are. Remember that. Write it down. Put it up on a mirror where you see it every day. God loves me just as I am. And remind yourself of that every day, because that's the truth. God doesn't have any expectation for you in this world, or for you doing anything. God just loves you as you are. If you can understand that and experience that, then your life truly will be transformed. I know that for a fact. I have experienced that over and over and over, and daily and daily and daily. Be patient with yourself. Be kind with yourself. Be loving with yourself. And allow God to do the same with you. If you can do that, you will witness God moving in your life in marvelous ways. Stop judging yourself. Stop pitying yourself. Stop looking for people to pity you. Stop looking for people to feel sorry for you. Start loving yourself, forgiving yourself, accepting yourself, so that God can do the same. If we can't do that for ourselves, how is God going to be able to do it with us and for us to know that God is doing that? So let it begin here with you. And in that, invite God in to be in that all with you, to heal you, to balance you, to nurture you, to fulfill you, and to fill you with his love. God loves you just as you are. You have to do nothing. You have to be nothing. Different, no change, nothing. God loves your faults. God loves your good qualities. And God sees it all one and the same. It's a part of your soul growing and learning, awakening into God itself. So give yourself that action. Give yourself that time to be with God every day. The more time you can give in a time of sitting, the better. You can start out at 5 minutes, but eventually let it go to 50 minutes. Just spending time with God And you don't have to be talking to God for 50 minutes. You want to be with God for 50 minutes. And maybe you start out just talking with God, sharing with God, inviting God in, and then let yourself go into stillness, go into quiet, and being with God's presence. And maybe God will want to share something with you. And maybe you will just want to chant the names of God if you're an initiate. I met a priest years ago when I was maybe in my teens, somewhere at a Catholic church just a block away from our house. I used to go there and sit in the church and be with God and invite God in. And the priest, I never came to Mass on Sundays. I always be up there, in the weekdays. I would walk home from school and walk by the church going home, and I would just spend time there. And so the priest came up to me one time when I was sitting there. He sat down, and I wasn't Catholic, so I kind of like, ooh, am I in trouble? Because I thought he knew I wasn't Catholic somehow. And he just sat there with me in silence for quite a while. And when I began to stir to head on home, he thanked me. He said, "Thank you so much." And I said, "For what? What did I do?" And he said, "You were just here. And you were in that place inside yourself where I could feel spirit moving with you. I could feel God's presence with you. And I just want to thank you for sharing that with me." And that was a divine moment for me, because I realized that somebody could feel it, somebody could see it, and somebody wanted it. And they just needed to be with it. And I didn't have to share with him anything. I didn't have to say a thing with him. He just came and he sat with that presence, and he got reattached to it again. And he would come in, not every day, because he was a busy man, I'm sure, but he would come in periodically and sit there and just be with me. He wouldn't say anything. And when I left, he didn't say anything. But I knew what happened. And that's what I want for you, to just be filled to overflowing with God's love, so that love can go out and be with other people as well. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to say anything. God will do the work. You don't have to do a thing. Let God do it in you and through you and with you and for you and whoever else wishes to tap into that. So that's a lot. Maybe not a long discussion, but that's a lot of information. Take it in. See how you want to apply it, if you want to at all, and see what might happen. I know what can happen, but I know it also takes time for it to develop, to come about, for you to really let go and let it happen. It's amazing what we'll do, and we'll go, "Oh, well, I spent all this time just inviting God in." But maybe in inviting God in, you were saying, and I want you to help me with my sister. Oh my God, you've got to come in and help me with my sister. She's just too much. Or whatever we do. No, just invite God in. Say, "God, you are welcome here. You are welcome in me, around me, through me at all times. I make myself vulnerable to you. I open myself to you. And I open to receive an awareness of your presence and your blessings, however you might wish to bring them." And see what might happen. It's as simple as that. God's waiting for the invitation. Throughout Psalms, King David wrote many, many years ago his longing for God, his wanting of God, his awareness of God, the movement of God that he was aware of in his life. And several times through the Psalms, he is ever saying to invite God in, create a place where God can come and visit. Create a place where you can go and be with God. And invite God into that place that you create. And the place is inside of you. Create that place where the stillness is. Create the place where you and God can come and feast together, be together, breathe together, live together, share together, and just see what will happen. All right. Well, I think that was a nice moment, a nice sharing. And it'll be fun to do question and answer and see if anybody has a comment on it or a question about it. We're here and we're willing to share any and all things. So please do open up and be nice to hear from you. And if you haven't ever asked a question or shared anything before, we like sharings as well as questions. Do allow yourself to do that. Break through that barrier inside of you, that fear inside of you of talking with people, of sharing with people, of asking questions and making yourself vulnerable with people. And do it. Walk your way through it, and that will begin to allow that space for God to come in. You can create a beautiful place by making yourself vulnerable in that way. All right. I'll stop talking and we'll move to a break and then come back for question and answer. I'm looking forward to it today.
No, keep talking. I like it. I could just be in this space for a long time.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's about 3:25 over here. So go ahead and we're going to take a 40-minute break. So we'll reconvene. Well, we'll shoot for 4:00, but
Yeah.
somewhere between 4 and 4:05. So about 35 to 40 minutes, we'll reconvene and start the Q&A here. So enjoy. Do consider, if you're one who holds back what Jim just shared, I always like to say, look at Q&A as an exercise of opening up and getting past your fears. And it helps you to become more vulnerable. And it should be easier here because we do it anonymously. We don't say whose questions or anything. So it's pretty much anonymous. I mean, except for, Kelsey when she's reading it, but she doesn't say. So, and Jim and I don't even know.
No, we don't. Never.
No, it's nice. So, and again, you can write into the email address that'll be listed up during the break. We'll be playing the Hue meditation, as well as the information. The info@island.org is the email address you can write your questions into. And then when we get back, Kelsey will read the questions and Jim and I will answer. All right, enjoy your break. We'll see you in a little while. I got to go meditate a while. Oh my goodness, that was nice. All right, y'all, we'll see you in a little while.
You ready for me to start?
Yes, so.
Okay, first question.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Thank you for your sharing this evening. They were both so on point for me. I shall certainly be using what I have learned. I wanted to ask you about a physical feeling in my body that I've had come up over the years, and if I'm honest, found a way to avoid each time. It's difficult to explain other than a deep uncomfortableness in my body to the point of pain. It's like my nerve receptors are shooting at each other. I had it come up during the last live stream, and it has come up again today. I feel more in a place to open to it and allow it out. But I wonder if you could shed any light on what it is or what I can learn from it. Also, I am fine if I don't need to know. With much love and gratitude to you both and Kelsey.
Well, a lot of times disturbances like that in the body are caused because of, for instance, you had it last time when we had a session and this time. So there's something in the energy that is trying to stir something inside of you to move it, to transform it, to have you become aware of it. And if you've not become aware of what the cause of it is, the source of it, then talk to it. Talk to the disturbance, talk to the pain, whatever it is, and see if it won't reveal itself to you. I've had that reveal come forward after asking several times, and it's often what we wouldn't think it is. So I would say talk to it, share with it, love it, and forgive it if it needs forgiving. And if you don't know if it needs forgiving, just say, I don't know if forgiveness is the action here for certain, but I'm going to move into forgiveness with you because your disturbance is disturbing me. And I just want you to be at peace and relax and calm and go away. And so I'm going to forgive you for disturbing me, but I'm also going to forgive you as far as what is the source of this disturbance. I forgive the source, even though right now it's unnamed. I forgive it, and I put it back in God's hands and ask him to help me to release it into the nothingness from which it came and be healed. And just see what might happen that way. Do you have anything, Brian?
Other than that, if it's something more that persists, you obviously want to always check things out, physically, medically with the doctor in case it is anything else, flaring up. Just to pay attention to that. But otherwise, no, just Jim kind of covered it as far as from that spiritual perspective for sure.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, Jim and Brian, what wonderful talks this morning. I will need to go back and listen to them over and over as there is so much to learn there. It is interesting that Brian's talk relates to a question that I'm asking in part 2 of this email. Can you please link part 2 with your talk this morning? I'm feeling a little overwhelmed with information right now. This is a 2-part email. The first part is a dream I had, which I hope you'll be able to explain to me. And the second part is clarification of a statement I heard in one of Jim's talks in 2018. Part 1, my dream. I was in a house and I had a companion with me. I don't know if the companion was a man or woman, but the companion was very close to me. We had a group of adolescents coming over soon, and my companion pointed out we had 2 rattlesnakes in the bed and that this would be dangerous to the adolescents when they came. We took the larger, longer rattlesnake and placed it in a velvet-lined, long, rectangular jeweler's necklace box and placed the smaller, shorter rattlesnake in a rectangular velvet-lined jeweler's bracelet box. They were removed from my house and carried past my property line and released into the desert. I did not do this part, but I saw this happening. When the adolescents arrived, we ordered a baker's dozen plus a few extra Krispy Kreme donuts for all of us to eat. The dream ended. I would appreciate your thoughts on this dream. And also, I see a pattern in my spiritual dreams. I quite often have groups of children or young people coming in the future, but they are not directly in the main part of the dream. What does this mean?
You want me to start? Or
Yeah.
To me, there's some pretty good symbology here. To me, the two snakes, that there's two, to me represents polarity, the feminine and masculine, and the snake representing the worldly. You know, Lucifer is often represented as a snake or a serpent. So to me, it's things in your consciousness. The house represents the consciousness, your personal. And so to me, it's taking out what you consider those worldly aspects of the feminine and masculine polarities and taking them out of your house and releasing them into the desert is now giving them back, putting them back. That which is of the world, you give back to the world. And so it frees you now of that to now move into more a higher spiritual action. And that spiritual action often is represented by the number 13. You may have heard in Jim's other talks how we've talked about the number 13 as the one surrounded by the 12, just like you have the Christ and the 12 apostles or the tribes of Israel. And I even break it down to even like 12 months and 1 year, you know, and 12 inches and 1 foot. I mean, it's like there's that 12 and 1, that's the 13. But the 13 or that center one is representative of the path of sound and light. So to me, getting the baker's dozen of donuts is part of that. Like, yes, the Krispy Kreme donuts, maybe that's the new fish and loaves. I don't know. You know? So to me, it's the 13 number though, but also the food is something sweet and also offering, which is often symbolic of the spiritual mana, the food. And to me, giving that to the adolescents, to me, the adolescents are aspects of yourself. So there, to me, that's saying there's certain parts of yourself probably during those adolescent years that these adolescents represent karmically that you're working through. And the fact, again, letting go of the snakes and feeding now the 13, the baker's dozen donuts in that way, to me is now feeding these parts of yourself, or in other words, giving them loving, that the grace of the Holy Spirit is going into these aspects of yourself, that is what's going to cause the healing and bring that into union and complete whatever that is that they represent for you. Whether past, present, or future, doesn't matter. It's always, you just handle things in the present. And to me, that's what that's showing with that. If it's something in the future, I think you mentioned, to me, that's just something karmically that as your life unfolds, there's things that karmically you're going to be fulfilling and learning whatever these adolescents represent. Because these adolescents each represent a aspect of your own consciousness. Even if there were to be something literally, even physically, like if you had different adolescents come into your home that you were working with, like some kind of group therapy or some kind of program, they would still be outer reflections of something you're learning about yourself. So even if it were literally physical people, they're still going to be teaching you something about yourself. But in this case, it's definitely the internal, that it's representing certain aspects of yourself that you're learning. And you're doing it in the proper way with the number 13. So to me, that's that actual the Holy Spirit feeding that.
Yeah.
Anything more you would add?
No, that's very well put. Very clear.
Okay.
Part 2, my question.
Oh, I will say one other thing. Often the companion can be the spiritual teacher. It may not literally show up as a radiant form like myself or Jim, but the companion often can be a spiritual teacher or some representative that is showing spirit is walking with you in all of this. And if it's your companion that even handled the snakes and did whatever, that's what the Holy Spirit will do. The Holy Spirit will handle things for us. That's the grace coming in. So this is literally the symbolism of how these things will unfold, like in our dreams, like what you just had. That's a really good one. So I think that was it. That was one other major part I wanted to say.
Part two, my question. In a 2018 talk, Jim made the statement, a thought for every feeling and a feeling for every thought creates alignment and a flow of movement. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Could you please explain more? My sincere gratitude for your help with these questions. I so appreciate your guidance and love on my journey home. Much loving.
Well, thought for every feeling, a feeling for every thought is something that is what we are longing for, to be in balance. Many times in our life, we are taught certain things about feelings and thoughts, and definitions are given to those feelings and thoughts, either by others or within ourselves. And they may be mixed messages or misdefinitions. And that causes a circuitry flow that is short-circuited inside of us because the definition doesn't match the word, or the definition doesn't match the feeling. And so what we have to do is go in and get ourselves realigned to the proper definition and the proper thought or the proper feeling to that definition. And
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple things I could share as far as examples. Is one, like for me, I like to have honest communications, but sometimes in being honest, people go into reaction, right? Like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that, because they get embarrassed or feel ashamed. So in the past, what I would have done is now taken their embarrassment or shame or their reaction now back on me. And so then my belief system or thought would be, oh my God, when I'm honest, this happens. And so when I'm honest, then all of a sudden I get this feedback in a sense from outer universe. So I now emotionally go into reaction like, oh, being honest is bad because it makes people uncomfortable. That's literally something. Or look at the primary things we're taught, like in here, sex is bad, right? You don't talk about sex, it's a sin. You only do it when you get married, blah, blah, blah. So we have this belief system we're taught around sex. And then so we have that living. So if we have sex before marriage, or if we have sex out of whatever, and we feel ashamed or embarrassed, we have that belief system now of like, oh, it's bad. But then we have sex and we go, oh my God, it feels so good. I feel loved. I feel nurtured. I feel all these good things, but yet it's bad. So right there, the thoughts and feelings are split. I was told it was bad, but yet it feels good. So the thought and feeling don't align. Now, if we realign the thought, say, oh, wow, sex feels good. I feel loved and nurtured. And now we change our thought from that's bad to, oh, wow, sex is actually something that's a way to share my loving. It's okay. It's acceptable. In other words, that's what I'm trying to say. You move it into a place of acceptance inside of you. And so you line up a thought inside of you to make it now more acceptable, oh my God, with the line the thought up with those feelings, or vice versa. Okay, so is that enough, or should we keep going? So that's kind of really brief, but that's I hope the point's getting across.
I hope so. What I did when I really came across this, I wrote down all these thoughts and all these feelings and see how they matched, if they match or not. Like what does feeling good feel like? And what does feeling good mean? Or what are the words that go along with it? And see if I could find a match of those two. And as I went down the list of words and I went down the list of feelings, I realized that I didn't have a lot of things that were matching. I had misdefinitions, if you will. because somebody told me that that feeling means this. And to them, it was a wrong, not a good. And so I misdefined it as a wrong. And so I had to go, and I actually literally, I used to call the dictionary my second Bible. And I went down in the dictionary and just looked up all these words of my thoughts. And I wrote down next to them a statement of some kind that told me what that word really meant, not what people had told me it meant or what I defined it as. And so as I did that, then I looked up the feelings. And all of a sudden I could begin to see how the feelings would match. I may have a word down here and the feeling was up here, but I could now match them and put them together. And that's how I brought balance. This whole thing is about polarity, about positive and negative polarity, and finding a balance in that polarity so that we live in harmony or in balance within ourselves. And this whole balancing and coming into alignment with the words and the feelings and have them match brings us into a better state of polarity balance, and not all this charged energy bouncing off of each other and causing us disturbance, imbalance, unrest. So I hope that helps explain it. If not, right
That's what
back and huh?
Yeah, right back if you need to. And also that's literally what my talk was today, was really an exercise at the end there
Yeah,
to
that's
assist in the process. Just doing that exercise will help you to line up the thoughts and the feelings, because that obviously that's the main result, is making the feelings and the thoughts line up together. And a lot of the misdefinitions come because of, like the example I was trying to give, is something we were taught, but then when we have the experience, it's different than what we taught. So literally inside, like, oh my God, my wires are crossed. I shouldn't be feeling good. This is a sin or bad. And it's not really. It's just because it's based on a certain belief system we have.
And thank you for asking that, because it's better to get clarity than to live and wonder and doubt and never really have the clarity that you need to move on.
It is confusing. Look how confused Jim was trying to explain it.
It is, it's confusing, but it's clear.
It's clearly confusing. All right, we'll move on. What? My microphone not picking up? Oh, that's because I'm just talking loud. I was aware I was talking loud.
Evolution of a reoccurring dream. I had a dream last night, which after I woke up laughing because I saw a transformation in the dream and because it sounds so silly. Through my early years, I would wake up in fear because I swore there was a huge spider on the bed. I was scared the bejesus out of whoever I shared my bed with, because I would literally scream and jump out of bed, swiping the sheets to get the spider off the bed. Then it evolved into where the spiders were in the dream, never biting me, but at times building webs on me or around me. I asked you, Jim, what it meant at one point, and you asked me to check myself to see if I currently was gossiping about others. Great awareness. Then it evolved into many spiders around me, but not on me. I would notice, but just move on. Well, last night there was only one huge spider, black and white in color, actually a very beautiful spider, and whatever room we went into, it followed us like it wanted to be our friend. I said to everyone, Do you guys notice that spider is following us? But don't hurt it, anyone. I was actually protecting it. I still was a bit scared of it, but I was amused that it wanted to be near us. I love seeing the evolution of this dream, and I felt moved to share this experience. And of course, as always, I love your feedback. In loving gratitude.
Yeah, to me, that's a really good one. I mean, gosh, talk about your dreams showing the progress of the inner work you're doing.
Yeah.
So obviously you've been working with the feedback Jim gave around gossiping. And to me, the second part of the dream with all the spiders around you is saying that whoever you've been in association with has probably been doing a lot of gossiping, and then you were just caught up in it originally. And so to me, that's also now saying the last part of the dream where there's just the one spider. To me, that's saying it's kind of unifying now all the energies into now you're learning the lesson that comes with that.
Yeah.
Because obviously there's a negative of gossip, but there can also be positives, because like what I try to do, like if I'm having conversations about other people that you could look at as maybe gossip, when I talk about other people, I try to look at it as like, okay, what can I learn here? What am I learning here? So I can say all these things I want about other people, but what am I learning from this outer reflection with their behaviors, their processes that they're expressing, and what's going on inside of me when they are. So then instead of it as a gossiping, I'm looking at and evaluating now and taking that information, whether it's me saying something or somebody around me gossiping about others, of taking that inside of me and looking at and learning that. So now I look at it as a process of evaluation, discernment, learning from all of that. Because every person, to me, there's something there to learn with them, from them in their process, let alone my own inner experiences with them, with what they're going. So I try to put the inner and the outer together and bring them into one. And so to me, seeing that one big spider at the end now is really taking all of these other individuals and all the gossiping and turning it into something now, as you said, the spider is beautiful. To me, that's now really one, it could be just simply fulfilling the lessons. But to me, not only is it a fulfillment of the lessons, but it's also because you want to protect it and allow it to live, is now beginning to transform all that in the way that I just shared about now using it for your upliftment, your learning, your growth, and how to work with all of these things. So now the gossip, instead of being a negative, I don't want to say it'd be a positive, you could look at it that way, but really you just take it in and utilizing it for really now your spiritual progression. And then you'd add?
I think that's good. It's a very good thing that it's now in a sense a friend rather than an enemy. And it's showing you that you've taken and transformed that energy so it is fulfilling for you, it is working for you, it is okay inside of you. And then the spider's a friend, it's a companion on the way, and not an enemy that's ever after you or attacking you. So that's excellent.
Okay.
Dream interpretation, please. Hi, all. Thanks so much for the great talks. I love you all so much. 2 dreams I'd like some insight on, please. I was on vacation at the beach for 8 days, but never got to go to the beach. Driving home, we went by the beach and I was so mad we missed it. I yelled, "Look out the effing window." That's all we're going to get. All I got to see of it was looking out the window as we went by. I was so mad and upset when I woke up yelling that. Want to get to the beach very badly, physically and whatever it represents. Insights, ?
Well, if anything, I think it's trying to tell you, pay attention and take care of yourself and do the things that do take care of you. You allowed something on that vacation to get in the way and be more important in the moment than what you actually went to the beach for. And So it's up to you to begin to put things in alignment inside yourself and say, well, beach is first, we're going to go to the beach. Then we'll see whatever else comes along, because that's what you went there for. And you need to honor that inside yourself and take care of yourself in that way, rather than like maybe letting other people get in the way or be more important than your intention in taking care of yourself.
I think that's the key right there, is taking care of yourself, because obviously it's important to you, because the beach, the sun, the water, the whatever, the environment, literally externally or internally, being symbolic in that way, what it represents as far as that time of how it replenishes you or nurtures you in your self-care, to be, literally can be an outer thing as well as an inner symbolism of revealing to you, just like what Jim said. So good awareness, and that's how often things work, that we'll have a negative experience, so to speak, to really bring it to our consciousness, so that when it comes around again, we don't allow it to happen like we did in the past, but rather we now make other choices to better take care of ourselves. So that's a good dream or inner experience for feedback for yourself.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Second dream. Someone in my dream told me I needed to bake 3 kinds of cookies, but in a really short time for a party or holiday. I yelled at them, I can't make those effing cookies. There's not enough time to do it. I woke up yelling out loud. Significance of 3 kinds of cookies, not enough time, ? Thanks so much for the awareness. Blessings to all.
Yeah, my main take out of that, you really like the effing word. So cookies and beaches, okay. Go for it. I'm too busy laughing right now.
Well, to me, it's saying that there's 3 things inside of yourself that if you did do them, it would nurture you. It would feed you. It would give pleasure to you. And yet there's a part of you that's saying, no, I don't have enough time. I can't do it right now. And yet you could make time. You could create time. You could change things around so that you can. It's a matter of looking to see, are these 3 things inside of you that are wanting to be fulfilled or done or tasted or whatever, are these important to you enough to take the time to be able to do it? And it's just up to you. If you say, no, I don't have enough time, okay, then you don't. And you're going to miss out on the experience that those 3 things or those 3 elements want to bring forward for you. So I would say, create time for yourself so you can go to the beach. Create time for yourself so you can cook the cookies. Take time for yourself, period, is what I'm hearing.
Same thing. I mean, both these things are, to me, are saying about what you feed yourself, like giving yourself time for more of the sweetness and the enjoyment of life. So between baking the cookies and going to the beach and whatever, I think there's a similar theme going on here, that you're probably a person who allows yourself to get too caught up in family, work, job, all the things in the world, and you're not taking enough time to really take care or nurture yourself in the ways that are pleasing for you. And that's, to me, why I was laughing at the effing, because literally waking up, yelling and doing all that, to me, that says the energy is pretty backed up, and that level of anger is letting you know how much the energy is backed up, that I would start paying attention to this in a bigger way and making some conscious choices proactively before it gets really bad reactively, because it will. Sooner or later, you'll be throwing those cookies and truly effing off, telling everybody that you see as blocking you from, supporting yourself, because that's exactly what happens. I know it's funny, but obviously it's not funny when we let it out on the people around us that we look at and blame for, what we're going through.
Well, I think you used the key word, nurture yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the key. Start paying attention to how can you nurture yourself in certain situations in your life. That's a key.
And what was the talk you did? A key not used opens nothing. So use that damn effing key. I think we're complete, unless there's something else you think.
Okay, next question.
You got any effing response? Do the laugh workbook.
Pretty much. That's the kind of stuff that the LAF is good for.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so next question. Thank you for the reminder today to invite God in, as I have forgotten lately. When I was young, I thought I wasn't loved enough by my parents, and I wanted to die because of being so negative. I couldn't understand why I was lacking love and kept telling my mom, "You don't love me." Last night, one of my kids told me he doesn't feel love for me while I give him everything I could since he was born. So it made me remember my past, and he is also lacking love like I used to. Even though I don't look for love in the world that much anymore, I am still looking for God's love, and it still feels like I'm looking for God's love outside of myself instead of inside of myself. And I'm in constant conflict with that feeling. I have invited God into my life in the past and have found his presence many times, assisting me when I need him, always. But lately, God seems like is only inside of me, but where is God outside of me? I feel so angry all of the time, being so dependent on needing so much of God's love outside of myself. Thanks for commenting about my conflict.
Well, for me, I know that it's having God's love inside of me, my awareness, my fulfillment of that love inside of me. And then I can take that love into the world wherever I go and have it be present with me in the world as well as inside of me. If it's inside of you, it's going to be in you, it's going to be around you, it's going to move with you in all you do. And that's what meditation is about. Meditation allows us to build that loving connection and to have that loving come alive inside of us and live with us every moment of every day. We may not be aware of it every moment of every day, but it'll be there for us because we've opened the door to allow it in, and we've been the one to create the space for it to come in. So I would say, if anything, create a daily practice of meditation where you're chanting the name of God if you're an initiate, or the hue or the anti-hue to help build the energy up inside of you. And then find that place of peace or silence inside where you can sit with God and just be with God and be with the loving and be with yourself and have your soul fill up with loving so that you can now take it wherever you want and express it wherever you want and fulfill yourself that way. If it's momentary and you go to God only because all of a sudden the problem's here or you're feeling empty, that doesn't really do the job 100%. But if you do the meditation every day, that'll help greatly 100%. I can say that for sure.
And a big key here is what Jim said about you bringing, now not, the main thing is doing the inner with the meditation, what Jim just shared. But then in the world, then it's really about what we bring to the world. The world is a reflector, okay? It's going to reflect back to us what we present to it. So if we go into the world lacking love and we need love from the world, guess what the world's going to reflect? The lack of love. But now if we come to the world and we give our loving, guess what the world's going to reflect to us? It's going to give love back to us. And it doesn't matter who or what. Now, it's not going to do that through everybody, but eventually you do it enough, you're going to see it a lot more. And then where you don't see it in the world, it won't matter because you're already full. A simple way of saying this is put out what you want back. Give to others what you want from others. If you're needing love from others, it's saying you don't have the love inside of yourself to even give. That's why you need it. So if you're trying to get it from others, then that's what they're going to reflect to you. And here's the hard part. When you're trying to get something from anybody and there's a neediness, that neediness actually pushes it away. It'll push people away. The more you need people, the more you need something from them, that neediness actually pushes them away. And unconsciously, people respond to these energies running in us. If you go towards somebody because you need something, you'll see them shut down or respond in some way because they're feeling that neediness. And so they're trying to find their way out of it because it's uncomfortable. But if you come and now bring all this loving and just sharing it, and you don't have a neediness, you're there to just share your loving, you're going to see a very different response because people are going to respond to that now with your loving, your sharing, rather than you trying to get something from them that they'll be uncomfortable. It's not going to be comfortable. And so it'll be reflected back by a whole different response. That'll be much more pleasant. That's what I found. I've experimented with this stuff over the years. I mean, I do it. Jim laughs now because whenever we go out to eat, I do it with even the waiters we have. And he just laughs because he sees their responses like, God, they all like you so much. It's like, because I practice this, I put it out there, and it's wonderful to see just the response from people, because when you put the love out, because you don't need it, but you just sharing it, and to see people respond to it, it's fun. It's enjoyable. And then it's just people want to share. They want to give their loving as a reflection back because they're responding to you giving your loving. But you've got to be the one to be proactive. Just experiment. If you say, well, I don't have it in me. I'm too down. I'm too upset. Well, that's okay. You still breathe. You still get out of bed every day. So try this. Even when you're down and upset, try giving out loving, even when you're in a down place. You'll see that it'll lift you right up, and then you'll see some positive response from people, and that'll lift you too. It's a good exercise or experiment, as I like to encourage everybody to do.
Yeah.
But it's obviously starts with the meditation, because the more you do that with God, well, you're going to open up and you're going to receive more from God. And then you just keep it going all day long. So just like you did in meditation with God, do the same thing out here with the God and everybody around you. And you'll see it come back to you now through the God and everybody around you, as well as God directly in your meditation. At least that's what I've found out and experienced in life. Okay.
Dear Jim and Brian, thanks so much for today's message. They all speak to me. Last August, I was present at challenges serious regarding daughter's mental health condition. I understood in beginning there would be lessons to be learned, were many. In time, I had to start taking a strong pharmaceutical for anxiety affecting sleep. I do the meditation rare interference. All of the learning I have experienced over the years seems to have been washed away in taking care of myself, giving myself away to her situation. I soon failed to see the purple or any light. I don't know if it's the pressure I feel for her well-being, fear for her being and future. With pharmaceutical added, the medication became very blank. I kept doing it as the tingling continued that covered top of my head, third eye, etc., which had been there for many years. I also believed God is still there, and what's happening with me is a lack within me. My father used to tell me in different ways I should have done better and that I was not good enough. Corporal punishment as a child for what I know was unacceptable. I have said the words of letting go to God, as y'all said today. You spoke of repetition. I read in the 3 books nightly. On each read, the repetition reveals deeper understanding. I see new things, as y'all said, with that practice, with the loving.
Well, I think you're doing what you can, reading the books. I don't know if you're doing the meditation. I would say do the meditation even if they're blank. Just do the meditation, create the space and invite God in. Create the space so that you can find the peace inside yourself. God and the peace are inside, and you want to be able to go inside and let that come forward and reveal itself however it's going to happen. Not doing the meditation, you're going to feel more the emptiness, the void, or whatever it might be that you feel. If you have to take the medication, then take the medication, because that's important that you take care of the physical body and the emotional body and the mental body. And hopefully that's helping to do that. But also look to see if in time there could be less of the medication, a smaller dose that might help you to have more awareness and freedom inside yourself than you have right now. The medication is kind of numbing you, and that numbingness doesn't allow clarity and things to move inside you as well. So begin looking to see how you can just spend time in meditation. And maybe it's not 2.5 hours, but maybe it's an hour or a half hour every day, creating the space where you just open the door and say, God, please come in, and invite yourself into God as well. And create that for yourself at least. And I think that if you do that, you can bypass maybe some of the side effects of the medication that's numbing things out or blocking things out for you.
And the other thing to do is like the exercise I put out at the end of my talk today, or since you're reading all 3 of those books in the Knowing of God book, there's a forgiveness meditation Jim described in there about inviting another person's higher self forward. Do that meditation with your father especially, and do it with your daughter too, and do it with anybody else you need to, but especially with your father, because that's where a lot of this came from and is living inside of you. And ultimately, that's going to help you to heal, because a lot of the things you're taking the medications for are these energies of the past, and what's going on with your daughter is stirring that up, and it's causing the conflict inside because of the belief systems you were taught. And so sooner or later, as Jim said, if you can cut back on the medication at some point and increase the meditation, so meditation, not medication, that'll help you to handle the energies in which the medications are handling right now. And also doing the forgiveness exercises is going to handle a lot. And if you want to take it further, that's where the Laugh Workbook comes in, to really go through and do the exercises in the Laugh Workbook. And if you really want to do it thoroughly, then you go online to our website and do the Laugh course that we have online, because that takes it even a whole nother lot of steps further than just doing the Laugh Workbook itself. So those are the orders I do it in. Take it easy. You love Jim's books, and that forgiveness meditation in there, then the Laugh Workbook, and then the Laugh course. But it really, meditation is always the key. We got to start with meditation to open that door. And then these are other keys like the Laugh Workbook. The LAF is really the keys that we utilize, as well as the meditation, to open up all the doors. And the more you do that, it's going to handle a lot of those energies and the anxieties inside, because anxieties have created all these thoughts and feelings that we've accumulated over life, especially our childhood. That's why the talks today were specifically around all of this. This is what we all go through. This is what all of our karmas are based upon. And so we present all this because we know if you're willing to do the work, you're going to really start to now get free of the karma. But remember, karma is unlearned lesson. It's not just getting rid of karma, it's freeing the karma by learning the lesson. So we've got to do the going homework, the exercises to get the value out of that, to really fulfill and learn the lessons. And that's so important to understand. This is why what we do in ILM, why a lot of people don't do it, they just want the easy way. They want God to take it. They want the guru to take it from them because they don't want to do the work. They don't want to take the responsibility and actually learn. But guess what? Even if you have a guru who can take it from you, you're going to reincarnate, because eventually you got to now come back and learn those lessons. And until we understand that and are willing to do the work, it's, what does this circle remember us doing here behind me on the painting? We're going to keep doing this until we're willing to take responsibility, and then we can now go up on the river of loving. And a lot of people get scared to think, oh my God, I got to do all this work, the last workbook, the this or that. I don't have the time. I don't want to do all this. Then do a tiny bit at a time. Just do the meditation. Maybe enough will happen in the meditation. It'll open up. And then if it doesn't, then just do the forgiveness meditation in the book right there. And maybe that'll handle it. Maybe that's all you need. And if not, then maybe do the exercise like we talked about today by making your list. That's what we're doing in the lab courses and everything we're presenting. We just kind of broke it down to a kind of a simplicity today. But we've got to take a responsible action on our own part if we're going to really get liberated and free ourselves of all these energies that run inside of us. And no medication will clear karma. It'll help us deal with whatever intensities or pressures, but then eventually we've got to now handle really spiritually, mentally, emotionally, what is going on energetically behind all the physicality. And that's where the real lessons and the learning are. And there's so much value in that. We've got to make the time. So when I hear people say they don't have time, well, make the time. To make the time, that means we've got to let go of something else we're doing and now do this instead. And start off half an hour at a time, an hour at a time, and before you know it, because it feels so good and the results you get, you're going to want to do more. That's how I was and am, because it's just wonderful to do.
Also, ask God's loving and grace to be with your daughter and help her in her process and to heal her, to allow the healing to come forward so that she can be in a better place than she is right now. Mm-hmm. And if you ask, you'll be surprised what God can do. Your daughter maybe is not in a place to ask or an awareness of asking for something like that, but you can do that. And God will definitely come in and assist her the best he can. I know that I've seen that before many, many times, and the person never is aware of what happened. How did it happen that I got healed, or I feel better, or I'm happy now with myself? And so find that way to just make time for yourself in your meditation or in your daily life. Just ask God into your daughter's life, fill her with your loving, fill her with your grace. And for this, I give thanks, and see what might happen.
Amen.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, first, thank you for your ongoing support and loving towards us! Exclamation point. I have a question about sex. Is it true that when two people have sex, they share all of their energies to each other so we can take on someone else's stuff during sex? Is it different for initiates having their karma put into God's hands already or not? If the answer is yes, what can we do to get rid of those stuff taken. Thank you thank you very much in loving and hugs.
The key is, I don't know when you say stuff, you're not going to take on other people's karmas, and you're not going to take on other people's problems. You may pick up a vibration from them, and it might relate to you in some way, and then you start living that energy inside yourself, but it's your energy you're living, that the energy of them stimulated. It's not you picked up something from them and now I'm carrying their problems. That's a wonderful game of the psychic realms and the psychotic realms. So, well, it's true. It's craziness.
It definitely will create a psychosis.
So don't believe, if that's a belief inside yourself, let it go, because it's not true. And if it's a belief that somebody else has put on you, let it go, because that is not true. You will not pick up in that way, the way that you voiced it.
And let me interject really quick. I know where this is coming from our previous teacher who's put that out. And if you've heard Jim or myself repeat it in the past, it's because we're just honoring what was shared from our previous teacher, but now you're hearing the updated version and greater clarity and truth.
So let that go and move on. And if you have sex, enjoy it, relax into it, and know that when you get up and you go do your day, you can let go of the energy that you might have picked up from them, because it's not yours. And you can just simply say, I now release any and all things that are not of me. I just release it back into the universe, or I release it back into the person that I might have picked this up from. With loving, I send it so that loving can assist them in their process. And I ask loving to fill me up where that energy was, so that I can live fuller a life of loving, and leave it at that. You ask and it will happen. But if you don't, then good luck. Have fun.
A good talk to listen to that goes in more detail is The Pearl of Great Price. Jim actually shares for a very different process, but it's nonetheless what Jim was just trying to describe. That in there, he talks about his childhood and a certain belief system his mother put on him over and over, and he saw it was in his aura. So obviously somebody placed something on him, even though it wasn't sexually, it was just put really through the mind and emotions. And he kept seeing that, and he allowed. So it wasn't his, but then there's an outer stimulant, so to speak, that he allowed to bring in now and take on. So that's kind of what Jim was just saying. But then there was a day he took it on, but then there was a day he became aware that this wasn't his and that he would do it differently. And in that awareness, then he chose now to let it go. And that's, of course, when Spirit revealed to him what it was and the karmic lesson and all that was in there. So that was a different version of what you're talking about, but it's kind of the same principle here, that when it's sexual, it's just, that's a physical vibration. So yeah, we can experience different frequencies, because when we connect that intimately with somebody, we can pick things up, as like you're saying, but again, it's not ours, and it only can, in a sense, affect us or go into us if that's a lesson or a karma we have, that we pulled it in and hang on to it. But we don't have to. You just do what Jim just said and just go take a shower, in other words, right?
Yeah.
Take a shower, wash it off. Well, take a spiritual shower and wash it off. It's really that simple. Now, if something does stick, like what? Venereal disease, right? Okay, yes, I'm going to take it there. Yeah, that can happen, that we could have gotten from somebody else. Well, that's kind of like what Jim, like I was saying in the Pearl of Great Price talk, you can take something else on from somebody that's almost like can become a disease for you. But then if you go through the healing process, you learn the lesson that it was there and meant to teach, and then you get healed and you're complete and it's released. And so, sorry if I'm getting that vulgar well, I guess it's not vulgar. I guess it's kind of a truth physically of what can happen. But then again, that's a physical level of what even can go on energetically or psychotically, as you were saying there. So thank you I love it when people ask these questions, because there are certain belief systems that people will share certain things, and no matter where it came from, no matter the source, that if that belief system we buy into, then it can definitely, we can create it now because we believe it. So now it can become ours that came from somebody else, just a belief system of any kind. Just like, even though your question was about the sex, that came out of a belief system you learned from somebody else around all of that. So even that belief system there can start to now magnetize. When we believe these things, we can now start to create them. That's why everything we teach and talk about and share is to even clear the belief systems. That's why going into detail like we have today about thoughts and feelings and actions and reactions. So that even if it's on a physical level, that doing the inner work can even help clear even physical diseases, because what? They're physical karmas. That if we do the inner work and learn the karmic lesson, well, then energetically, when that energy is clear and lifted, then the physical disease or the physical part of it can now heal and clear as well. And if it doesn't, there's just more there to learn. And it's all okay. It's not a bad thing. But we've got to develop that attitude, not a belief system, an attitude of how we approach these things. That's what makes the difference. I hope you hear that. Like what we're sharing here, we don't talk about belief systems. We talk about how to look at, how to work with, how to take action so that you really are now doing and flowing with spirit. That's our whole thing here, is to flow with spirit. Very, very different than like this river here, right? That river is moving water, but that moving water now, look at all the beautiful greenery and colors that it feeds. But then this could turn really brown and die and go bad if we don't feed it the living waters. Well, that's what happens with all of our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. So when we do the work to get back in the river, we now are fed, and it brings life back to now the spiritual. And then it'll bring and clear away all the old, the dead, the whatever, and bring life back to what can be brought back to life, and the beautiful in that way. And then the old that is just accumulated can be washed away. That's what all that does. That's why it's called the living waters and the river of loving. So we've got to do the work to get back in that river. And then as we do, then it'll filter down through all the psychotic stuff and literally into the physical level with all these different energies and dynamics. And I'll say the other part, the more you do this, one, you're going to be a lot more responsible and make wiser choices with who you do participate, not only sexually with, but even mentally, emotionally. Not as an againstness, but just out of a taking care of yourself for your own greater health and good. That'll happen automatically if you do the inner work. Then it's not one of metaphysical games and trying to avoid certain things, but rather it's about spirit now. And in that, you're going to make choices that'll line up with that. And I could keep going on and on. I've already talked a lot about, but I could keep going on because of the differences that happen when you truly now live more in the spirit. And then things like these things of the world they're just not the concern like maybe they were in the past. And that's the good news, obviously. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Thank you for your encouragement to share. I was not going to originally. Jim, I really liked what you had to say, sharing with God, just sharing, not asking. I had found in the past, I would ask to win the lottery. Now I will ask to share with God without asking. Brian, I'm not comfortable with the LAF workbook. I prefer to learn about my reactivity through Insight seminars, especially Insight 3. That works for me. I still do laugh on my own. Loving in gratitude to you all. Loving initiate.
That's good.
Awesome. Yeah. You know, it all boils down to, like I said, like the exercise I laid out at the end of my talk today, that's the basis of everything. I don't care if it's the Laugh Workbook, Insight Seminars, or anything else. That's the basis of all these things. And what we laid out in the Laugh Workbook is basically a very simplified version of the Insight Seminars, just for your awareness. So it's really all the same information and tools. It's just a matter of how we organize those things and work with them in their various expressions, that it just basically boils down to our participation and working the process. And that's it. The key is working the process. It doesn't matter where or how we work it. The key is working it. So that's nice. That's nice to hear. And I like that because, you know, we've heard several people that they have a hard time with the Laugh Workbook, and that's great. Why do you think we did the Laugh course online? Because we presented so much more and differently than just the way it's laid out as well. And obviously, we've talked about Insight Seminars because that's another very good action for you to participate in that really gives you all those tools in a very active way. So good for you. I'm glad that you're doing the work and taking the actions to have the experience, because again, that's the key and what it boils down to.
Laugh question. Oh. Dear Kelsey, please oh, hold on. Dearest Jim. This person's wondering if it's inappropriate to ask, and I haven't had time to read it. So this person's asking, so I think it's appropriate to ask.
Sure.
Here's the
I
thing.
have no idea what's in his email.
Here's the thing. I try to explain this. Nothing is inappropriate to ask here. Nothing. I don't know why I say it all the time. Nothing is inappropriate. We will address anything and everything that's presented here. There's no need to filter anything. That's why even Jim was sharing, you know, for people to write in and encourage. If you've been holding back or too scared or think something's inappropriate, I don't care if we've got to cuss and swear. I don't care if we've got to talk about sex and venereal diseases. I don't care if we have to talk about religion, politics, and war in the world. Doesn't matter. It's, if anything, the things we think are inappropriate are the best things to actually write in about, because those are the things that everybody has a lot of energy on. And it's only until we address those will the energy be freed up. So automatically, it's an easy one. If we are scared to write in, if there's something we think is inappropriate, those are the best things to write in about, because those are the things where we have the most judgment and fear around. And that's why we're doing this, is to get free and liberated of those judgments and fears.
And those are the things that can block us on our pathway if we don't find a way to release it.
So,
Well-
dearest Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for sharing your time and your love and your wisdom with us today. It soaks in like a beautiful and warm springtime rain. It refreshes my soul and my spirit. I send my love and my gratitude. Well, I absolutely did not want to ask this question. I tend to find my answers such as this within during meditation, but Spirit took me by the ear and dragged me to my keyboard saying, "You will ask this."
Yay. Thank you, Spirit.
I have the feeling that I'm to ask because there's someone else listening who needs to hear Jim and Brian's response. When I was a young teenager, back in the days when young teenagers were still very innocent, a family member touched me in very inappropriate ways. It only happened once. I won't go into details, but it left me horrified and confused. and it left me scared for years afterward. I kept the memory buried for decades, but when I learned the tool of LAF, I applied it to that situation. It took a while, but I came to completely forgive the man involved. That was at least 10 years ago. But recently, the memory has been coming back. I asked Spirit why it's returned. I don't need to forgive him again because that is truly complete. Then I understood that it is because that when the memory returns, I feel shame. I feel dirty from the memory. So now I'm going through the process of, why do I feel shame and dirty when I was completely innocent? I didn't do anything wrong. How is it that I'm supposed to forgive myself for something that was not my doing or my fault? Thank you for your loving support and guidance.
That's
Well,
great.
Yeah, there's a judgment there of some kind inside of you with yourself, with this action. And that's what you want to get to and to forgive. And if you don't know what it really is, sometimes you have to just keep rewording statements until you find the wording that does match the energy. And what I would do is I would forgive myself for my judgments. I would forgive myself for my fear. I would forgive myself for my reaction. I would forgive myself for my process with it, whatever is going on. And there's judgment, there's a fear, there's anxiety, there's hatred, there's all kinds of things that could come up from just this one thing. So touch on it all the way through and see if you can't find the response, the answer, the way to clear it. I would just say for myself, and this is what I always did, I would just take it all and put it together into a big bundle and offer it to God as a present. And I'd say, God, I don't know what to do with this, but you do. So I'm going to give this to you and have you handle it the way you want to handle it. And then sometimes the solution would come back, the answer would come back, and I would have to then take action with what came back as an answer. And other times it would just go, it would just be gone. So I would say, find what works for you and do it and experiment. You may have to do this 20 times, 30 times, 50 times in different approaches, different ways, different wording. But all of a sudden you'll find it, and that'll be the solution. And it can be just as simple as, God, I give this to you. And if there's something I need to be doing in this, let me know and I'll do it. But otherwise, please lift it and let it be free. You have anything?
Oh, I just want to say that's a great acknowledgement. I mean, the fact that you did all the work in the past with the other person, but now really looking at that part that is yours, that's a great step right there. Because that's a part, a lot of people won't even get to, because it'll all be about the outer situation and the blame and the shame of what this person did. But the biggest impact is really going to be now handling those things inside of you that, in a sense, the response that it, in belief systems or emotions or thoughts of any kind that it created inside. And there can be obviously multi-levels of not only what you expressed, but even other things on top of that, of feeling violated or you can't feel safe in the world. So it can create multiple responses, not only, again, how you feel, like what you voiced as far as the dirty or shame around it, but then now, like I said, the other thing around protection in the world, as far as feeling violated or other things. So you got multiple things that can happen literally just on a basic self-unconscious level. And that's why it's great to hear you realizing this and starting to do the inner work as far as starting to heal that part now. And again, the biggest thing I found is just to go for the simplicity, like Jim just shared. It's like the best thing. I've always found the greatest healing, and yeah, I'll go through the exercises like we do, but the biggest part of that is when I get to the part of doing what Jim just said. When I get to giving it up to God, when I can't just give it up to God in the beginning, because that's where I always start with what Jim just shared. But if it doesn't move, if it doesn't go, or maybe only a little bit, I felt some movement of loving, but yet there's all this other I can tell is stuck in there. That's where all the other then I start to work with, as far as like the exercises we present with the LAF stuff. And so I just keep doing those. And I know when I do that, because those are often door openers. And when they open the doors, it's often because there's a deeper lesson in there that we've learned. And there's the value. And when that door opens by doing the LAF process, see, the LAF process, I've got to reiterate, is not about figuring things out. It's literally just opening doors. The whole LAF and all the questions we asked is to open the doors inside of yourself to let God in. Because even though we can give things up to God, some things in there, the doors just shut unconsciously. And those are the areas that I found that there's lessons. And so the LAF are the keys to open those doors. It's a way to take that loving with God and now utilize it to learning how to become a responsible co-creator. So LAF is the keys to open the doors for the understanding, the wisdom, the revelation to come forward through our experiences. It's not about figuring things out to get rid of them. That's the big difference. So a lot of this, when I hear people say, well, the LAF doesn't work for me, it's often because they're approaching it in a way that doesn't work. If we approach it with a certain mindset, it's not going to work. It's got to be approached in, I don't even want to call it a mindset. It's even beyond an attitude. We've got to have a right attitude with it. But more than that, we need to be really just more open and vulnerable spiritually in our approach with it. That's what makes the difference. We can't approach it mentally. We can't approach it with a belief system. Those will always get in the way. And that's the deeper work that I'm always trying to go to with people, saying, that's great. We've got the surface covered. But now what's behind that? What's deeper? We've got to go into that, because those are now the doors that we've got to open up in order for, in doing that inner work, to open, to allow now the Holy Spirit to get into there. And that's why vulnerability is the big key. Because until we can get that fully vulnerable, because the more pain we feel, the more scared we are, the more protective we are. So we're not going to be vulnerable. But if we can just go in and just, even if it hurts, say, okay, I'm going to open and be vulnerable. That's all we have to do. Because as soon as we can, God's loving can, boom, just go right in there. That's all we need. All the LAF, all the questions, all of that is to do that, just that, to get us to that place of vulnerability, not for the information, to get us to the place of vulnerability. The information will come then with that, but it doesn't even matter. It's just to get to vulnerability, to open the door and let God's loving into those areas that are just even unconsciously, habitually closed, that even in meditation aren't opening up for us until we take a conscious action like I'm sharing now. What were you going to say now?
Well, I was going to say, and let God participate with you. Don't feel like you have to do all this yourself. Invite God into it and let God participate with you. And you'll find God will bring the answer, bring the solution, bring the awareness, or bring the solution in the sense that it's just going to lift because you're willing to let go of it now. Yeah. And so if you do it with God, not feel like you have to do it all yourself, it'll move a lot quicker. That's my experience anyway.
Mm-hmm. The other nice thing, I think Jim's kind of indirectly saying, that I have found too, it's a lot easier to be completely open and honest and vulnerable with God than it is with other people.
Mm.
Because with people, we're more afraid, what are they going to think of us? But since God's just kind of like the air, invisible to us all, we just see through things that we don't have the same setup inside of us as far as fear is concerned. Unless we do because of belief systems we were taught growing up.
Yeah.
That's possible too. So it may not work in the way I'm saying it. But to me, that's what I get is that, okay, let me just open up and be vulnerable and spill my guts. That's the whole thing around confession. You can confess all these things up to God. It just opens the door. And that's really the key. That's the whole idea of all the list making, the questions answering. That's the whole idea to get to what we're talking about right now. That's what all that is there for, but it's a very valuable process. But nonetheless, you can go straight there if you're able to. But doing all the other can definitely help get you there if you're not able to otherwise. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. That was really, really good. That's the kind of stuff I want to hear more about from people, because that's where more healing is going to take place. All of those things. Again, I don't care if it's sexual abuse, some violent abuse, some horrific whatever, just no matter what it is. Guys, you got to understand, I've been to the pit of hell. I've seen and experienced the worst on the inner levels and probably on the outer as well throughout all the lifetimes. There's nothing inappropriate. There's nothing that needs to be held back from our sharings here. This is part of the reason why we have it as anonymous emails, so that you can hold that space and not worry. It's even more powerful though if we did it, where people do know or see you, because it takes even more to get through those fears. But we understand the process, and this is the way we've been able to make it more anonymous than any other ways, doing it the way we're doing here. So please utilize this, confess, get out all these deep-seated fears and uncomfortable, disturbing things. That's what Q&A is about. This Q&A is not just about information. This is the opportunity to let go, to forgive, to heal, to release all these things inside. We all have them. That's what this time is really for. And when Jim and I share and talk with you, it's just, in a sense, holding space or holding the attention of your mind with the information we share, so that you are open and the Holy Spirit can come in now and start to do the very thing we're talking about. That's what's really going on during Q&A. That's the secret. The cat's out of the bag. That's the main thing we're actually doing during Q&A. So in a sense, maybe Q&A instead of questions and answers is maybe clearings and awarenesses, or questing and awakenings. I don't know, because it's really more of the spiritual action that's going on here, But again, we can only work with what people are willing to bring forward and are willing to be open and vulnerable and to share for that to take place, because Spirit doesn't impose, and we try to do the best we can to follow Spirit and not impose. That's why it's up to each person to really come forward and do it as a way of letting go and forgiving and giving it up to God. This is, in a sense, an outer reflection or symbol of all the things we talk about, like Jim's been saying over today, and doing it in meditation.
Can I share something?
Yeah.
So I can understand what this person is sharing about. And what's helped me with the LAF around sexual abuse is when I see myself at that age and go into looking at how I reacted to it. So I can understand this person saying, I was innocent. But the LAF is looking at the reaction we have to the abuse. So I had to look at, for me, the fear of the lust energy from a man, and go into forgiving myself for being afraid. So anybody out there listening, if this is something that you've had or struggle with around this concept of, I didn't deserve it, I didn't ask for it, look at how maybe you reacted to it, because that's where the lesson is in loving yourself. So the shame that comes up, forgiving yourself for being ashamed. So hopefully that'll give
That's
some
the key.
examples of it's that simple. Just looking at your reaction and the judgments you were talking about, Jim. Did you create any judgments about yourself? I'm dirty.
Yeah.
I forgive that I judged myself as dirty, or I forgive the belief that now I'm dirty or no longer innocent. It's all those beliefs that come out of the judgment, that came
Right.
out of the fear
Mhm.
and the hurt of what happened to us when we're abused. So I wanted to just share that as a practical way of looking at it.
That's good.
Sometimes it's hard to see the forest through the trees
Yeah. Very.
when it's like, for me, doing that process with myself, then at the very end, I was able to forgive the person that did it to me. And then I was able to have gratitude for this person. And when that gratitude came up, that's when I knew I was free.
Mhm.
I'd learned the lesson
Thank you.
from
That's a good point.
what this person, quote unquote, had done to me, or whatever that was, brought me to love myself in a way
Yep.
I would not have known otherwise. And when you see the gift, then there's gratitude. Then it's like, thank you for being my teacher. And then you're free. So
And that's a big, thank you for saying, well, all of that. But especially that last part that hasn't been mentioned yet, that's a big thing, the gratitude. When gratitude shows up, it's complete. And that's because I know this shows up a lot. So I'm so glad Kelsey brought this up. So I'm going to share a little bit more, but thank you. That is a lot of the great detail, and that the person mentioned they're starting to do that now, but that especially when you do the inner work, and people always wonder, well, I've forgiven so-and-so, and you hear Jim all the time, like today, do it 10 times, 26 times, or whatever. Well, how do we know when it's done, right? You keep on doing it until what Kelsey just said. To me, the way I know truly when it's complete is when automatically gratitude just shows up. Gratitude to me is a movement of God's loving and the grace when it goes into what I just shared about opening the doors. All that other stuff we do is to open the doors to let God's loving in, right? Let go to let God. So letting go is opening the doors to let God. And when God truly gets into these areas where these energies are stuck and caught for all the reasons we're talking about, and like what the person wrote in and what Kelsey just shared, when you've really, truly, this is the main indicator. So I hope everybody remembers this. The main indicator of answering that question everybody has, how do I know when I've done enough forgiveness? How do I know when it's done? How do I know? Is when you do the work, and the day that door opens and finally God's grace completes, like burns the karmic seed, in other words, clears or lifts or dissolves that core of that karmic pattern or experience, is when you have gratitude. That always will show up. We know we hear about gratitude a lot, like, what are you grateful for? And so you try to generate gratitude, right? I've done those. And sometimes I can generate gratitude, but most of the time for me, I found you can do gratitude like an affirmation, but I've tried to go to, well, what really truly generates gratitude? Where do I experience it as a spontaneous type of a thing? And this is exactly where, when I do this type of process, and when I literally have a core thing released and completed, automatically, spontaneously, gratitude pops up, and I'll even have tears sometimes when it's a bigger thing, and I feel almost like an overwhelming movement of loving, and it shows up as the quality of gratitude. That's the way I know it's really fulfilled, whatever that is. And you can, now here's the other thing, I hate to say this after all I just said, it can also show up at different levels. So you could start with the mind, and all of a sudden you release the belief system, and you have this movement of gratitude. You go, oh my God, thank you, it's done. It's done on that level. But here's the way to do it. If it's no longer showing up, just like this person who wrote in and shared, I think it was 10 years, they said. Well, to me, that was done and complete then for them, and that's all they needed at the time. But now this other part showing up is now because it's time to go to the deeper level. That is I love what the person wrote here, the person too, but whoever that is, because I actually don't know who wrote this. The process is so big because everybody asks these questions, and why I want to share this, so it's just out there for people to take this no matter what your process. That now, like this person sharing, they've got another level now. And let's just say that's on more of a causal astral level. I'm just saying as an example. I'm not saying it is for this person. I'm just using the example right now. That now 10 years later, we're saying, oh my God, I've got this other part coming up. So let me do this work on this deeper shame and all on that level. And so we do that however long it takes, whether it's 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. And then all of a sudden, the day that we get that movement of gratitude, we know it's complete now on that level. And so you're done. You don't have to go digging anymore. It's done. And if there's another level of it, like say physically, and I'm going to be just a little more, because sometimes, especially for women, because I've talked with and worked with, and this is why I so appreciate like what this person wrote and Kelsey was sharing, and a lot of other women I've spoken with, that sometimes there's physical manifestations that can often be in the vaginal area, different, little diseases or little imbalances, just to be clean and nice about it, that physically the body will even process these karmic energies, that when there's even a physical level karma, well, of course we want to do the physical, medical, whatever health things we need to do to take care of these things physically, because that's the last bit of karma. And even there, if you have any more things stirring around fears or judgments, like you picked up some kind of virus or candida or something, so you do the physical action to take care of yourself, and you still do the inner process for forgiveness until, once again, you experience the movement of gratitude. And more than likely, when you do that, you'll find the physical level will clear, and you'll just have peace now. So if you hear what I'm saying, this is true holistic health, but it's more than holistic health. I'm just saying that because it's a true spiritual action. But I'm loving the conversation today, especially this, because it's so specific, and especially something to this degree, especially for women in society. I know this has been a big thing. This is why I love these types of things, so we can address these deeper issues that is across the consciousness and the world, and whatever individuals have gone through this personally, that you hear this and have a level of understanding and what you can do to help heal this on every single level, mentally, emotionally, astrally, causally, physically, how to handle and do these things, and your indicators. And that gratitude part, Kelsey, thank you for saying that, because that's just a huge part that we don't talk about that often, especially this specific, like the way you just said it. This is like a big one that actually showed up a couple times the last month in some counselings I've done with people, that I just know it answers a lot for people. And then you can have a gratitude journal based upon your actual experience, not based upon trying to just as an affirmative way of trying to create gratitude, but rather a true movement of gratitude because of the actual inner work you've been doing, and using that as the indicator or signpost of truly a movement of God's grace and fulfillment with something you've been working on.
And I just want to add that men go through it too. So not just women, but
Yeah.
for men as well that have had sexual abuse. It's the same for all of us
It
as
is.
human beings going through this physical experience.
And even the instigators, even the abusers, you know, the bullies and the victims, even the bullies that have perpetrated these things, believe me, guess where that comes from? Because often something that where they've been abused, now in that abuse, they're perpetrating the very thing that took place to them, that they're now just continuing to, in a sense, give out what they've been taught themselves. This is a good one, actually. And this almost gets into worldly stuff, which is okay because it's what we all deal with. And I want to address it, how we can handle it spiritually. So we obviously keep on track with what we're doing here in ILM. That even bullies, and this is where, because a lot of people can get into, well, they're a bully, and then there's the victim. It's always the bully's the bad guy, right? Well, if we could look back into the bully's consciousness and into their past, even if it wasn't this lifetime, but even another, you're going to find that they were once the victim. Some of the most powerful people I have seen are some of the most insecure people that I've seen, because behind that powerful security and how they present, often it's of the ego that has learned to be so strong because it's created all these defenses to survive and to, in a sense, protect that part that's been violated or abused or hurt so bad that they overcompensate. You know, all the jokes when somebody overcompensates or over exaggerates about anything, that's often where it comes from, because they're so insecure, they're so scared, they're so hurt, they're so whatever. And so there's an over exaggeration, overcompensation that we can misdefine or mislabel as like, wow, they just seem to have it all together. Wow, their life looks so great. Wow, they seem so successful. Wow, whatever. But if you were to see behind, and then you hear all the things, right? You get the powerful, successful people, and then you start hearing all the bad stories behind the scenes and the scandals and this and that. Well, why do you think that happens? Well, they're just egotistical, right? So they think they're entitled or they can do anything they want. Well, that may be true on the superficial, but why would they even do all those things that we just say, well, they think they're entitled and they can do anything they want? Because there's something behind that where they've been abused or hurt, and something's out of balance inside of them that they would even go do these other things that turn into scandals. So even behind the egotistical bullies and whatever, there is something else that is out of balance, insecure, whatever you want to call it, that's based on some type of a fear. So even that, and I'm saying that because things aren't going to heal if we're the victim to things. Things are not going to heal until, like what was talked about today, and which is what I love so much, that was shared, like this person wrote in and Kelsey shared about even forgiving the perpetrator, or what we could call the bully or the abuser or whatever you want to call them, because you've got to be able to do that as well, so that you free yourself completely. And the wonderful thing is when you do that, well, guess what? Then whatever that was put on you from the other person, when you let go and truly do that, that movement of loving and grace can actually go back to the person with the energy they projected on you. So as that goes back to them, since they may be the source of whatever that is or was, that now they have the opportunity to start healing. A seed has been planted of grace and loving now because of the wonderful inner work that you have done in healing yourself and truly working on your freedom and liberation. And that's the beauty in this, and how this grace can now move to start now being of greater service to others and in the world and any level in any way in this whole physical creation. That's why even if you meet Lucifer one day, which every soul will on their way out of here, you just love Lucifer. Because eventually that loving one, anything he's put upon us to entrap the soul, one, it returns back to him. But now it returns back with loving. So sooner or later, we do all this to liberate ourselves, then eventually Lucifer will even get liberated. Because he's really created a whole big mess. I guess that's the bigger picture, really. But I love the conversation. Thank you for saying all that. So this is the type of stuff I love when people write in and share what we think may be inappropriate. Everything's appropriate here. And this is a great example of, look at this one sharing, look, the conversation and what's come out of it and sharing that benefits all of us. That's why, please, we've got time yet here today, even if there's something after hearing all
There's
this
more to go, Brian.
that weighs in on you, what? We've already gotten a few more in.
Oh, we have 12 more to go.
Oh, shit. I take it back. Don't write anything more in today. We're done. I'm sorry. I thought a few minutes ago, I thought I heard you say this is the last one.
No.
Oh, that was
It's
for that person.
steadily been coming in the entire time. It's just. It's,
Okay, well,
we got a lot more
I
to go.
misspoke, but
So
I was
leave it there and let's go to the next one.
all right, I'm going to process Jim right now because he's in reaction and he just cut me off. And if I'm not careful, I'll go into reaction.
Then say it so we can move forward.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to see what you do with it. After giving it back to you and voicing what was going on.
Okay.
And
So we're going to move forward.
okay.
Next question.
Okay, thank you. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I can't thank you enough for your talks today. I find it hard to express how important your talks are to me. In truth, I have heard you say the same things for many years, but I realize that it's not just the words that I need to hear again and again, but it's the presence of God's movement of loving that comes through you that fills me up. It is like Jim describes sitting in the church in the presence of God and the priest sitting quietly beside him, joining in the movement of spirit. That is what it feels for me when I listen to you both talking. Yes, the words are the same, but the movement of spirit is always new and present, always bringing me into a deeper understanding of the words that are spoken. I am so grateful to be in the presence of two living masters and also human beings that live what they preach. Preach is probably the wrong word. You share what you live, and that is profound and powerful. I do bow to you every day in my meditation and to God as I invite God into my day every morning. But it is wonderful to be ever reminded to invite God into every moment of my day and to never shy away from sharing even my darkest thoughts and moments with Him. I have no question to ask as you answered them all today, but I wanted to share my loving and gratitude as it fills me up. Much loving.
Wow,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Wow.
That was awesome. Nice. Well said.
Grateful. I just want to share for the past few months, I have taken just a few minutes after getting in bed for the night to share with God that I am grateful for in my life. I focus on joyful moments from the day, along with the things, places, and people that I'm grateful to have in my life. These few moments of focus on the things I am grateful for having in my life, the things that bring me moments of joy and comfort, I feel remind my physical mind that there are joyful things in my life, no matter how the day in the physical world has gone. This end of the day focus on and sharing with God the things in my life I am grateful for ends my day in a peaceful, calm place. This late day focus on and sharing with God the things in my life I am grateful for not only brings a peaceful end to the day, but it also helps me sleep better and start the following day from a better place. Thank you.
That is
That's
awesome.
excellent.
That is
Wow.
awesome. That's a great exercise. Literally. Thank you. I'm going to work on that some.
And that's how you create the energy for your life in a way that you would like to have to live it. That's wonderful.
That's a good example of kind of in between what I was sharing about letting spontaneous gratitude come up, as well as like an affirmation where you generate it. To me, that's like a nice in between. It's both the affirmation, but also literally having the gratitude for these things that have unfolded through your experience. So it's an acknowledgement, an affirmation, a fulfillment. And when you look at the main thing is when you have genuine gratitude, it's a completion and fulfillment, and how beautifully done at the end of the day for like a completion of the day. I mean, that's just fantastic. Go ahead.
Someone's just asking me to skip one and do the other because they wrote in twice.
Okay.
So give me a second.
I'm glad you can organize all that.
Okay. So I'll skip that one. Okay. My experience of physical healing from sexual abuse. Holistic health around sexual abuse, my experience. There was this point where I just started having all of this vaginal discharge. I was working with a natural healer at the time, and she said, "Will you agree to complete a lot of this lifetime so you're shedding these layers?" I continued and went to my gynecologist. She said, "I can't explain this. You're just shedding all of these cells. It's not physically bad." I had met a guy during this time, and I knew I wasn't going to have sex with him. New experience for me. I shared so honestly with this guy, such a strong lust energy between both of us. I talked with him once towards the end before I moved from Hawaii. We went to his church in Haleiwa after the talk. Jesus just came in so strong at church. Once I did this, the shedding just stopped that day.
Thank you for sharing that. That is awesome. That is a fantastic example. Literally a fantastic physical level example when the true spiritual action takes place and the impact it can have on the physical. I so appreciate that. This is where we try to do the best we can to share from our own experience, but at least we give the spiritual understanding. But then for each of you to take that and apply it in your life and to have your own examples that you can share like this person just did is great to hear for all of us. Thank you. Wow, that's fantastic. That's literally what people call spiritual healing. I mean, literally, but it's because of doing the inner work. And that's the whole point of it.
And thank you for the conciseness, because the other email was long. So
Wonderful.
yeah. Okay, next one. How do you get over the conditioning of God, I'm not worthy to receive you, but only say the word and I shall be healed?
Only
When-
say the word and I shall be healed.
Yeah, from her unworthiness or his unworthiness.
So the conditioning of God, I'm not worthy to receive you, but only say the word and I shall be healed. When Jim was talking, I began to feel the light and love of God's presence. And then this prayer came up to my mind immediately.
Well, I think
Was
if
that all of it?
anything, so many of us feel unworthy. No matter what we do, sometimes there's just that sense of unworthiness. It's either been trained into us, forced into us by our surroundings, or it's just something that is old as a belief system that we're not worthy enough, we haven't done enough to deserve God's love, forgiveness, or whatever. And so the key is God loves us just as we are and doesn't expect anything of us other than just to come on home. We're the ones who create the unworthiness, not God. And so we have to just let go of that unworthiness, recognizing the love that God has for us and allow it in. And that can take time. That can take a bit of work on our part to really let go of the old and pick up a new way to live our life. I would say, if anything, the action is to start saying to yourself, I love who I am, just as I am. I am enough, I am fulfilling, and I am joyful with who I am today. Just make statements up that support the new you and let go of the old, I'm not worthy, and let yourself live into the worthiness of who you are right now.
That's excellent. And I want to just make one point with it. Did you notice in the affirmation example Jim gave? In the affirmation, he didn't even say, I am worthy. Notice that word wasn't even in his affirmation. That's really important, is to find other words that support the new, again, I don't want to just say belief system, but if it starts as a belief system for affirmation, it's in the right direction, obviously, but it's to get us to move into the spiritual action. But Jim used the words acceptance and other things, and rather than I am worthy. Because even if in the affirmation you do a word to contradict, like unworthiness and worthy, I am worthy. Well, guess what? There's still a charge of energy on the word worthy. So even in an affirmation, it may not work for us because of our past association. It can still work for you. Don't get me wrong. It still can work. It just may be a little more work. But eventually you're going to want to replace it with something else. Like instead of worthy, saying, I am valuable. I am abundant. I am joyful. I am, just like Jim said, I don't even remember all the words, but that was really a good point, and I heard that as you shared that, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
I have nothing more to add, because the part I was going to add, you covered it all and more. So
good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Awesome.
Hello, beautiful souls. Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I've been trying to think of the words to express how truly humbling my life has been since last live class. I just can't. When I try to think of words to express my gratitude, my heart just swells up and I start crying big, fat, beautiful tears of love for you guys. That's all I got. Thank you. You're very humbled initiate. P.S. Loving the shirt, Brian.
It's one of my new ones. I love it too. Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing your big, fat, beautiful tears with us. So that was awesome.
Yeah, really.
A freedom given. Today's message shined brightly as within the last 24 hours was a big movement of spirit getting on the other side of family karma. I took action as shared today, and I'm so grateful to have redirected my tremendous discomfort. I so want to go into the details, and I'm holding back with all my might. What's most important as I continue to ask for God's guidance to get to the other side of the huge trigger, praying for a way through, open to my lessons, being willing to learn and be vulnerable, as it was so easy to make others wrong and bad. I know how to do that, and it only makes me and others feel worse. Bowing my head and being with the disturbance and asking for guidance, a true miracle happened before class. A grand freedom has been opened. So grateful for the teachings and the courage to do it differently. As I choose God's friendship and love, He supports me and my family greater than anything else I've known. Thank you with all my heart and soul for your love for us. So grateful.
Well, I'm grateful for that letter and the the statement, the courage. What was it? The courage
I don't know.
to do things differently.
Yes.
That is key. We have to have the courage to do things differently. They keep doing it the same old way and we don't get the results we want. But if you have the courage to really do things differently and maybe have to do it 2 or 3 different ways, you'll find the solution, you'll find the answer, things will move and be different. So, wow, that's great and it's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Amen. Seriously, I love these sharings. This is awesome. I love hearing the sharings like this. Wow. I mean, it's great to hear some examples of people having applied all, the teachings and all, and then have results like this to share and to know directly for yourself. Amen.
Co-creatorship. I've been contemplating co-creatorship with God lately, and it feels a lot like God is the creator and I am with God in its creation and creativity. Or like I am with or witnessing as God's creativity or creation. Not so much the idea that I am the one actually creating. It's a part of contemplating God is the doer and letting that unfold in me. Like I take action, but God really is doing through those actions the truth of what's unfolding. My concern is that I'm not taking enough responsibility through this new evolving understanding and definition, and I don't want to get caught up in a lie or warping this. So I wanted to hear from you on this so I can stay or move into alignment with this. Thanks so much for the help and clarity and being here for me.
Everything on the spiritual pathway, we learn by doing. And so what's paramount is just taking the action. In taking the actions, you'll allow the awarenesses to come forward that'll help you to course correct anytime you're off. You just have to pay attention to that. So if something is off or you delude yourself, eventually as you keep taking action, that delusion will become clear. And in that awareness, you'll take a different action step. So the key is don't hold back because you're afraid of if you're going to do it wrong or mess something up. Rather take the action and let yourself know it's okay to mess things up and make mistakes, because that's how we learn. That's the biggest thing. And just be aware, we're always going to make mistakes. We're always going to mess things up. And there's purpose in all of that. There's purpose in all of that. You're better off just saying, I'm going to go make all the messes and mistakes so that I'll get over my fears of doing it wrong, messing up and making mistakes. And guess what? Then all of a sudden your fears will be gone, and then you'll do everything right and on purpose and in alignment because you got over your fears. That's really what it's about anyway. It's not about doing it right or wrong. It's about getting free of your fear. That's the key in all this. This is the deeper understanding that we need to be aware of to really live the spirit in the truest sense. Because doing the right and wrong, it's still focused in the polarity. You've got to focus higher and beyond polarity to really get free of polarity. And so we've got to give ourselves the freedom and, if anything, just acceptance and okayness with right or wrong, messing it up or doing it right. Doesn't matter. That's not the point of it all. The point of it is to have your experience, to learn, to grow. And eventually what happens, you get free of all the fear or concern around all that. And then whatever you've done or whatever's happened has served its purpose. So make it about God and going home to God rather than whatever it is you're doing. That's really the key in all of this.
Well, the action of co-creator with God is really learning to bow to God, to allow God in, to allow that energy to move, to manifest in you and through you. And that's what I was hearing, is that you're beginning to understand what it is to be a co-creator with God. You're not doing it yourself. You can't claim it all for yourself. It's really a process of partnership and fellowship and participation and cooperation. And I think that that's something you're really going to be learning a lot about. And in days and years and lifetimes, it will show up in so many different ways. And in liberation, the action of liberation, it is the door opener to many different levels of your liberation, whether you know it or not, whether you can ever see it or not. When you do liberate and go back to the heart of God, you will see how that co-creatorship with God was a big factor in all of it. So that's wonderful. Thank you.
Small sharing. This is just a small incident in my life that reminded me that God is with me and does care about even the small things. I needed to close a storage unit and get the items out. Since I'm out of town and a friend could not help me, I was left to do this on my own, which would have been a lot of work. When I got to the unit, I saw two young college girls unloading some items and asked them if they could help me for a little bit of cash. They said, of course, and they quickly helped me get everything done quickly. I gratefully paid them and thanked them profusely. They were my angels at the time I needed help.
That's awesome. That's another nice outer reflection of that abundance and support, for sure.
That's a great statement of learning how to move in the world in a different way.
And talk about having trust and faith, just being willing and going and take the action, even when it doesn't seem clear in the beginning, but in taking the action literally opens things up for that to come forward. Then that's where trust and faith pay off a lot more than belief or getting everything, in place or figured out the way we think it should be. This is if anything, a wonderful outer reflection, a great example of all that. Thank you.
Question. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you for the wonderful talks today. They spoke to me in a way that seemed current for I am ready to hear and understand today, though I'd like to listen again and hope I will be ready to hear and understand more. I would like to ask about a health issue I've been having. My son and I had pinworms for going on 9 months. It typically resolves within 1 to 4 weeks with the over-the-counter medication, which is the same as prescription medication. I've been to my doctor once and my son's doctor several times and used the medication over a dozen times and tried an alternative, less frequently prescribed medication that the doctor prescribed after the first 4 months. A month or so ago, I talked with an acupuncturist and for a more extensive treatment plan, which I do believe is helping, and I will keep it up. But I'm pretty sure I found a few worms on my son yesterday and that we still have them. I say we because it is very easily transferred. And as long as one of us has them, it can get passed back to the other very easily. I say pretty sure because they were very small, but the ones I found have always been dead and the doctor won't send any I collected to the lab. Also, I keep seeing things in my son's poop that look like pinworms. By the way, I feel most confident but the way I feel most confident is by the way their cycles affect our moods around the new and full moon, whatever it is they're doing around then, mating or hatching, or I don't know what. I'm sorry if the level of detail is overkill. By the way, if you didn't already know, pinworms are the ones that crawl out of your butt at night to lay eggs around your butthole if you have them, and it can be itchy. But sometimes people don't seem to believe we could possibly still have them after all this time in treatment. And sometimes I wonder myself. And then every time I felt like maybe they were gone, they'd come back with a vengeance. So I'd know they were still there. Anyway, I would appreciate any insight about this. I figure there must be something behind the scenes keeping it going. Thank you, and I love you.
So one thing I would recommend is eat figs. Figs have an enzyme in them that actually will kill parasites. And so I would say eat figs. And then I'm going to have to maybe do a little more research. I used to be a clinical nutritionist and used to deal with this all the time. And there are some things, but I don't know if they make the products anymore. And I need to see if they're still out there or if there's something comparable. So I hope you'll be fine. I'm going to find out your name and communicate back with you if I can about what those other things are, if I can find them, and you could be taking them. And I know for a fact these did work, killing different kinds of parasites. So I think that this will help take care of that. But eat figs.
And you may already, like, you're already doing the physical level. And obviously you want to continue doing that. And I know this question didn't have any spiritual question in there, but this is where we're always going to bring it back to that, because we don't want everybody writing in now with health things, because that's really not what we're here to
that's not what
answer.
we're here.
And what we're here to answer, though, is help understanding with something ongoing like this. Yes, even in taking the physical actions, to me, what this is about is really teaching not only about taking responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions, but is the continuity, the continuousness that you keep taking those actions. Like, it's not you do it once and then it's done, but in having to do things repeatedly over and over, one, it's helping you to work through those karmas, but in the repetition, it's helping you to learn now many different aspects of taking responsibility over time, so that then what you learn, and by doing it for so long, it becomes now part of your makeup, that you realize, you know, like a lot of people think, oh, I can just meditate or do forgiveness once and it clears it. It's like, no, it's a continuous process. Taking care of our body is a continuous process, and all the things that come up with it, no matter what it is, whether it's pinworms or anything else, there's a continuous process. In other words, it's not about you do something and quit, like a diet, right? And then you stop. It's about learning to change the actual underlying behaviors for the longer term, as people call it, a lifestyle. So that lifestyle, though, can be physical things we do, mental and emotional things we do, and definitely spiritual things. Why we say to meditate every day. Okay. So to me, that's what this transfers over into, is learning to take responsibility over and over, where maybe in the past you weren't taking responsibility. So this is something physically in your life that in a sense is now there, so you have to. And once the lesson gets really anchored, and now you've learned, and now transfer that of other areas of your life where you see you need to take regular, continuous responsibility and not just a one and done, that to me is where there's a bigger payoff in all this. And that's the thing I would look at, that you're learning here and seeing what are the other areas of your life besides just your physical health, but maybe even the psychological, the spiritual, your practice of doing the meditation regularly, the LAF stuff, and other areas of your life where you know you haven't been taking the responsibility inside of you where you know you should. And this is a reminder now, don't let those other areas become like the pinworms, but start being proactive and taking responsibility now, so you don't get the ramifications like pinworms in these other areas, because that will happen. So this is, and again, even though it seems negative and we can go into being a victim and upset with God, those are all the ways these energies reflect or back up in this physical creation. And when I say physical, I mean not only the physical, but the astral, the causal, the mental, and the etheric. Okay, that's all that makes up the physical creation. That we look at it on all those levels as well. So it's multidimensional, and realize we need to take responsibility in all these areas. And today's been obviously all about that in a lot of very big and detailed ways. So if anything, go back and listen to today's talk. We probably all should. I know I'm going to be listening to this multiple times because there's so much good information in here, especially the details in the Q&A that we've been doing. So I hope that helps answer to take this to a whole nother level with what you're doing physically to handle with what you're dealing with. And not only for your son, but you do this for yourself, you'll be a good example for your son of learning how to take responsibility as he grows up. Good learning and behaviors and patterns to now move forward in life with, for sure.
Karma exchange. Couple of things. Am I recalling incorrectly the comment 8 years ago in a discussion about the exchange of karma when marriage vows are made? I see you say today that does not occur.
There's no exchange of karma, but when you say I do, it means you enter into the deeper process of the karmas that you two bring together in the marriage. There's not an exchange. There's just now you've moved into a deeper process. And the way I've often put it is the moment you say I do, it starts. It's like the starting gun is fired and now you're running. Where before you were just skipping along and singing along up to that point. And so that's when the karmas really kick in to begin to play themselves out so that you can learn the lessons and eventually find the greater basis of the marriage and the loving there that can be there for you at a deeper level.
And I would be curious, because this is a good example how sometimes people hear what we say and then maybe misinterpret it, or is that actually what we said at the time? Because sometimes we'll say some things for a person depending on where they're at, because that's the way they need to hear it to begin the process. But most of the time, we try to share things clearly so that it is really more that general principle of it all. So the very talk you're referring to 8 years ago, if you could maybe take a clip of that and re-listen to it and see if that's what was actually said, that karmas were exchanged, because more than likely that is not what was said. But if it was, I would like to actually hear that and know where it was said so we can see the context of what that was said. And if that's what was said, I'd appreciate if you would actually email us so we could see that, or at least let us know like where in the talk, you know, without actually taking a clip out of the talk, but letting us know the time frame where it was on the talk so we can go back and listen to that. But more than likely, you probably misinterpreted what was said. Because I actually know the talk, if it's the same one you're referring to, that Jim talked about marriage on that. And I know he didn't say exchange karma, but what he just said now, when you get married, you say, I do to the karmas, not exchanging karmas, to the karmas. So what does that mean? That means when you enter into marriage, but this is true with anything, when you enter into any relationship, that when you do that, it takes now the karmic lessons within ourselves and the outer person relationship circumstances now that we're more committed to, that will now bring up those deeper lessons, which are the karmas, for us to really start to have to face and look at and now learn and grow and work through. And that's a beneficial thing. People think, this is why I'm saying this, because sometimes people hear what we share, but then they put on one, a misinterpretation, but also then a negative bent, because most people think karma is a bad thing. You cannot avoid your karma. If anything, you want to stop trying to avoid it and now go into it and really learn and grow for the purpose and that it's there for in your life. As I shared earlier, I don't need to repeat the whole talk about, it's about learning about co-creatorship. That's a good thing. It's just if we approach it with God as our partner, then we fulfill it and get liberated. It's when we avoid it and look at it as a negative, we don't fulfill anything. We don't learn anything. We avoid it. That's not what we're doing here. So I just want that to be clear. I say it all the time, but people still don't hear that. They refer back to things years ago or from other teachers or spiritual pathways. And so I just repeat it over and over until eventually people hear it and understand, oh, let me approach this differently. Let me embrace it now and let it serve me in the way it's meant to serve me, rather than as a negative or it's bad or something I got to get rid of. Okay? Because if we're truly being loving and accepting, karma's not bad. Karma's not negative. Karma's not working against us. Karma's not wrong. It's actually supporting us. Believe me, I approached it the old way until I had the experience to show me that all the negative, bad, whatever stuff, the way I used to look at it, was actually there serving and supporting me to move me into my fulfillment and liberation. And all I had to change was my approach, my attitude, my perspective of how I looked at it. That's why I share about it the way I am. And then it truly fulfills it and clears it and all the stuff we're trying to do to get liberated. So you just got to understand how you get liberated and how that works.
And I've always said, karma is unlearned lessons. That's all it is. Don't make it more and don't make it against you. Look at it and go, okay, so now I have another opportunity to learn these lessons. And so I'm going to take it.
Also, at the retreat at Purple Sage 8 years ago, there was a great focus on opening the third eye. My third eye opened at the retreat and stayed open for many months, waking me up often during the night, requiring me to tell my eye to close so I could sleep. It closed at some point that fall and has never reopened. Why is that? Thank you so much, with great, big, loving gratitude.
It closed because it isn't important. It really is not important that it stays open unless you've really got a spiritual purpose to serve in the world. And that then might be able to help you to do that. But you're here to do that which is in the world, to do the physical, to take care of your life, to learn the lessons, and to really liberate the soul through meditation and through outer action. So the third eye doesn't play a part of that at all. So I would say it closed because it just wasn't really meant to be that it's going to be there for you long term. The spiritual eye is another thing. The spiritual eye is a higher aspect, and it allows the soul to see more clearly the greater truth in your life, the greater truth in the spiritual teachings, and that isn't the same as a third eye opening. So do your meditation, and the spiritual eye will be open. You'll have more clarity, more understanding, maybe a few ahas, and I guess that's all I've got to say on it.
I like that. And I like the way Jim helped clarify the third eye and the spiritual eye. I know it's been a long time, but the way Jim described the third eye is more the physical, metaphysical component of the physical consciousness. Okay. That third eye has 3 levels: the down and out.
The spiritual eye has
No,
3
I'm talking,
levels. Oh,
no,
okay.
the third eye I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
So the third eye has the down and out, the straight out, which is the metaphysical, the down and out is the physical. And then the top of the third eye looks up into the spiritual. Okay. That looking up into the spiritual now is to the soul. And guess where the spiritual eye is in reference to the soul. It's the soul's eye. Okay. The spiritual eye is the eye of the soul. That's the one eye. Even though this world refers to the third eye, well, the true one eye of the soul is what we're talking about. That is awakened through the meditation, through the initiation. And so that soul, as it comes into the body, is now anchored in here, and then it utilizes the third eye to perceive on all these other levels. Okay, so the body here is a tool. You could say the third eye is like a pair of glasses, and mine are bifocals, but these could be trifocals to look at each level that we need to while we're in this physical consciousness. So in meditation, we want to come to the top and look up to the soul and really go into the soul and now utilize the spiritual eye and live from there. That's where our real relationship with God is. And in that case, with the soul, if it assists to have the third eye open, to have more awareness of these other levels, that'll be there for, like Jim said, if it's like for service, like what Jim has in that clairvoyance, for to serve on all those other levels to assist the soul in awakening and liberating from the karmas. But for most of us, that spiritual eye is really just the inner knowing. Okay, when we see the purple light, that's really the spiritual eye now seeing the movement of the Holy Spirit. And so it is that spiritual eye, the eye of the soul, that is all we want to concern ourselves with, because that's all about the soul awakening and being able to perceive or see now that movement of grace and God's loving, whether the main focus obviously is back into union with God, but in that, then God can make us aware of anything 360 degrees and spherical. That spiritual eye is really about total awareness. But the main thing is focusing it up into God, and then let God awaken us and unfold us in whatever awareness we need to have through that spiritual perception or spiritual eye. I hope that helps to clarify a little bit more. And if you were really referring to the spiritual eye and not just all the third eye and all the metaphysical stuff, then if that part of you feel like is still closed, which it's not, by the way, but if you think or feel it is or believe it is, well, just like you said, you asked and you wanted to close the third eye. Well, have you asked to open it back up? So in other words, ask for your spiritual eye to open back up, not your third eye, your spiritual eye to open up and make it know that focus. And it will, because part of the karmas you're going through is learning the differences and then seeing what serves you and what doesn't. So in the past, when your third eye was open, that was part of your learning. But then here you've been doing all this time since that 8 years ago, and you've been living the spiritual pathway and the journey in the truest sense. And that's really, to me, the value in all this and what you're sharing. So realize that's really the focus then about the third eye being open or closed. So I think you've been doing it all along, and your spiritual eye actually has been open, and it has. It's just a matter of awareness and maybe clarity of interpretation or definition. And hopefully what we're sharing here helps with that. Let us know. Okay.
So we have one more, and then another one came in, but they said they'd be happy to hold it to next class.
Okay.
It's up to you what you want to
Well,
do.
we'll see what happens after this next one, how much time, and whatever it
Okay.
works out, we'll wrap it up here by 6:30.
Okay. All right. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for the talks today. They were amazing. One more question came up. I would need to have some clarification about a situation someone else is experiencing in my far outer environment. He ate some bad food and then got poisoned by it, and then soon fell into comatose. He has every body functions for the living, but no mind function, no talk. He lives this way more than a year now. He has a family, 2 girls and a wife, takes care of him. How and why a soul chooses this experience? What could be the learning here for him? Is there anything I can do to support this family other than putting them up to God, which I have done already? Thank you very much for your insights in loving.
Well, it's really hard to say. what the reasoning is. I would say that it's got a purpose, and that purpose is within the family. They've got a lot of lessons to learn and they're learning them. It may be more not so much about him learning as they're learning to give to him, to take care of him, to nurture him, and to see, the bigger picture of it all. With him, if he's unconscious, he's probably not in a place of learning right now. He's in a place of being available to have others help him and learn their lessons through that action. I mean, he's going through his own process inwardly, but I'm not going to speak to that because it's to him.
Mhm. That's literally what I was going to share too. So I would leave it at that, because if you don't want to push on it. Here's the thing, we've got to really start to learn how to move into a place of acceptance and how we view situations and circumstances in life, whether it's us or somebody else. And the more we can really look at things with greater acceptance, the bigger the difference will make. And then we don't feel like we have to change something. Because here's the thing, most people see situations like that and they automatically judge it as, wow, what a terrible, horrible thing. But yet, what if that is the best thing that could happen for all these souls involved, for their greater liberation, awakening, and all the good stuff? But
That's the
this just
truth.
happens to be the situation to set up for it. Why would you want to change that? So in other words, if you're trying to change this because of your judgment or fear that it's a bad thing, I would look more at what's going on inside of you and why do you think or feel that way, and work on that rather than trying to change the outer situation. And here's the other part of that. One, the more any of us take responsibility and handle all those inner things, like I'm saying now, guess what? You get free of your lessons around it. And then the loving can move through you and actually be of now greater service to anybody involved with whatever that was inside of you, to assist you in learning your lessons. And then it's truly the action of God's grace that can go, rather than our own willfulness, trying to change situations based on our own judgments. That's a huge one. Most people send light to situations because they're afraid or their judge's situation is bad and it's not God's will, blah, 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 and everything else. And so they send light trying to change everything because they think they know better, or they think because it's not all hunky-dory and peachy keen and all that good stuff, that it's not God's will. And that's a big mistake. So the best thing to do, let alone what we need to do to liberate our souls, is to work on our own points of view, our own attitudes, our own beliefs, our own thoughts and feelings. When we work on ourselves, and this is why we do this in ILM, when we always bring it back to self, and some people get offended when I say like what I'm saying now. If you get offended and go into reaction with what I'm saying, anybody, let alone the person writing this in, look at your reactions, do the exercise like I said, write out the list. Okay? That's where the learning and growth is, and that's where your freedom and liberation will come in, and that's the greatest service you can give to others, is that greater service to yourself. Prove me wrong, try it, find out, see what the experience is. That's been my experience, that's why I share it.
And really, just the only thing that we as initiates can do is ask for God's grace and loving to be with them, and ask God to let his will be done in all of their lives, and leave it at that. God knows best. We don't. Believe me, we don't.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's do the last one and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I can't wait to listen to today's class. It was super early here and I was awake but kept falling into the most delicious sleep because my nervous system relaxes so deeply when you both share. About 10 years ago, my then partner and I moved to Nairobi, Kenya for his work. Part of me didn't want to go, but the other part was very drawn. Before we left for about 2 months, I would be woken up each night from a deep sleep by my own crying, real deep sobbing. I never knew why, but assumed it was something to do with moving to Nairobi. I ended up filming Street Kids for 2 years while living there. In one of many interviews with a 12-year-old street kid, he shared a lot about street life. He went into detail of how he made knives and showed me how would attack drunk men by coming from behind them with his knife. He wasn't proud of it. He said he never killed anyone, just made them scared to steal from them. After that interview, for years, I would have a sensation of someone grabbing my throat from behind. This happened almost every night. I leaned forward to brush my teeth. It's far less now, but sometimes it still happens. Last week, I had an energy healing session and was blown away by how much deep grief came up out of the blue from my time living there. This included not just my time with the street kids, but also deep grief and fear from an Al-Qaeda, 4-day siege that took place down the road at my local shopping mall. A lot of people who were killed were the beautiful shopkeepers and guards who taught me Swahili every day. All their big smiles and big hearts were part of a big joy of my daily life there. I was actually meant to be there at the mall that day, but had been sick for 2 days, so didn't go. I had no idea how much grief had still been stored from this whole chapter in my life. And this last week has been just spontaneous tears from deep within coming up. I realized those tears felt identical to the deep sobbing that would wake me up at night before I moved to Nairobi. It seems to have triggered every unprocessed grief from my life, and it's been kind of wild week of letting go, and I'm just letting the tears flow without even focusing on any of the stories. I'd been asking God the last few months to help me release any old stuck energies that may especially be contributing to my dysregulated nervous system. I would love any advice on best way to help release these energies and memories. My guess is to just keep handing it over to God. Thank you so much, as always. Today has been phenomenal.
I would say enter into gratitude. Enter into gratitude for all the experiences. Enter into gratitude for all the people that were involved in the experiences. And enter into gratitude for the lessons that are there that maybe are yet to be revealed fully. Because gratitude can open doors where other things can't. And gratitude also allows then a freedom for movement and letting go. Once the gratitude is expressed, we often will just let go of the experience and let it move on to where it needs to go, and we can move on to where we need to move. And so I would say begin doing gratitude for everything, for everyone, for all that you experience there, and let the gratitude transform itself and transform the process into a lot of lessons that you may become conscious of and you may not, but they will be lessons that will be completed, and you'll feel more fulfilled and complete and able to move beyond all this.
So what Jim just shared, make that your focus, okay? I'm going to share a little bit more because sometimes I found by acknowledging certain things, it can help to release and do exactly what Jim was shared. And in some cases, it's better to keep it silent, but other times, sometimes when we acknowledge things, it helps to release it or relieve it to some degree. But regardless of the information, as we said, it's just taking the actions like what Jim just shared is the most important thing, because the goal here is not to understand or figure out what happened or why, but really more to just take the actions for our liberation and fulfillment. And that's what Jim was just answering and all that. So what I'm going to share is just to give a little understanding of background of a lot of how these things can come about and how they serve us. So when I hear a story or sharing like what you're sharing right here, is that those are the types of things, one, that often originate in other past lives in certain ways. Maybe we've died or been killed, where in that violent or very disturbed state, it'll cause a carry forward into another lifetime that can show up as paranoias, phobias, and so forth. And those often take place in the basic self, or that childlike nature inside of us that we say are more physical and imaginative and process. And so that's the level when I hear you responding with the deep sobs or of whatever that, even before going to Nairobi. To me, this is where in a past life that took place. Okay. So sometimes the thing that'll best help us to complete a karma is to go back to where these things originated, so that even physically we go there and now we, in a sense, live out or complete whatever that karma was. There's always a reason why we do what we do. In other words, why did you move to Nairobi? Why did you literally film and learn in depth like the street kids there, and especially this one story you shared and what it brought up? Okay. So to me, that says karmically, that was all in your destiny, so to speak, to complete this karma from another lifetime by going through this, to literally going back to where it took place, to literally hearing the stories, to bring it up again. And now through that basic self-consciousness, it keeps bringing it up in your consciousness to work through the karma until it's complete. Okay. And ultimately, there's deeper underlying lessons, such as the value of life, not to fear death, and learning about loving, accepting, and forgiving of people, places, situations. So that as we now put all that into practice, not only does it, in a sense, release the fear, the phobia, the whatever is running on that unconscious level, but also in that release, it really is liberating us from the karmic lesson there. We're fulfilling it. But again, the fulfillment takes place through that loving, accepting, and forgiving, giving up to God and everything like Jim was sharing and what you said yourself. And that's really the key in all of it. But I just wanted to share a little bit to maybe have a little understanding how or why these things unfold, and that there's a purpose in there, and that's always really to complete karmas if you are one walking this pathway of initiation. These are the types of things that literally can happen, but that's also the good news, because when they do happen, all we got to do is keep walking through it until it's complete. And in that completion, there's the liberation, because every soul here has gone through these types of things until we learn the deeper lessons. And part of it is getting over the fear of death. And another part of that is learning the value of life. And if anything, it gives us perfect tools to practice, or perfect examples or experiences to practice the LAF with. Because that's always what's going to give us the freedom, along with the meditation, is putting all that together. And that's really key in all this. So I would keep doing that, but hopefully in hearing a little bit what I was sharing, at the least bit, hopefully it makes a little sense, and maybe it helped to trigger something to help you to let go of it. So you can now let all the LAF work and giving it up to God now serve its purpose, where you can now move into gratitude, not only in the way Jim was saying in that, but that it comes forward also in that true, spontaneous, genuine way, putting the two together, obviously, as we talked about earlier, so that it now is really fulfilled on all the levels inside of you. And as you do it, and once it's complete, you probably won't even have the sensations anymore, but rather true, fulfilled gratitude for everything through and through, knowing that it's done and complete and you've learned some valuable lessons. Believe me, all these types of things in the world are always going to create a certain response out of the basic self. I've gone through a lot of these myself, especially around violent type of situations on that basic self level. It can take years for these things to lift, even with constant inner work, but eventually they do. And they do serve a great purpose. And the greater understanding and knowing of what that purpose is comes about after you do the work. And then when you bring it to completion by doing all the work. And I'll leave it at that, because I've had my own where I've gone through that too, but literally to the point where I appreciate life more and, getting free of the fear of death, or maybe the ways and means of death is another way. Like a lot of people say, I'm not scared of dying. What I'm scared of is how I die. Okay, well, die with loving acceptance, forgiveness, regardless of the means. That's the way. This is the way of light and sound and God's loving. Amen. Okay. Wow.
Well, thank you all very much. Wow, what a full and revealing and sharing day. Thank you.
Big time. That was amazing today, the depth and the detail. And thank you for people writing in really those deeper things that may, be pretty disturbing, or whether you want to are appropriate or not. I always appreciate that, because it literally allows and brings us to this depth of conversation that to me can move a lot more energy and create a lot more healing and liberation for people. So I always appreciate when people really share in this way. It's been an awesome day.
Awesome. Well, if you want to know more about the laugh work around all this, I'll plug next Sunday.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh,
Sunday.
that'll be great.
Same time, same place.
Yeah. Come and join in for the laugh class.
Look forward to it.
Awesome day today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jim and Brian. God bless.